as a wild bird sings. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's like.
Today's matchup. BBQ Olivers. Samsung. Afreeca Freecs. MVP. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome, OGN Legion, to LCK Summer. I am Atlas. I'm joined by the ever-present Pop Smithy. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Another week of LCK action. Only 2 weeks until Rift Rivals.
Yeah.
So it feels like all these teams that are involved in that tournament still building. A lot of teams, with the first round robin about to end, want to stake their claim and work their way towards the top 5.
Yeah, one of those teams, of course, is going to be playing tonight. Well, 2 of them are going to be playing tonight. The one that I want to talk about, though, is in our second match. MVP, not the team that qualified for Rift Rivals, of course, needing to be in the top 4 for Korea and certainly slipping towards that very bottom spot here at LCK.
Yeah, it's very interesting that they've changed identity so much in such a short amount of time. 2017 season, it feels like they've never gotten a foothold. They may have won their first match, but after that, really haven't been able to establish a meta. The picks aren't working for them. Some of their old staples are now permaban champions or have been nerfed, so MVP. Not looking good.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a disappointment story. However, in our first match, it is going to be Samsung, and they are certainly qualified for Rift Rivals, and they are looking better than ever.
It's true. I mean, if they win this match in any manner, even a 2-1, they will go ahead of SKT because of a head-to-head lead over them. Currently, 1 game score behind, but 1 series behind, so very much in the driver's seat to get there against BBQ, who you have to say they come in heavy, heavy favorites. But it's actually a really interesting match. You know, on paper, Samsung versus BBQ, 2nd versus 9th. Doesn't sound exciting, but I'm interested in it just because Samsung looked very poor last week. Lost their match to KT, beat Everett winners 2-0, but it was like one of the poorest 2-0s you could ever see, given that they finished both games behind in gold. So where they are at in terms of even roster, given that they finally fielded Haru last time, still trying to learn more about Samsung because certain teams have been broken by losing series, and I have to wonder where Samsung is at.
Yeah, and we're looking into the jungle here as well, because Haru making his debut for Summer certainly didn't look like the explosive Haru that we were seeing in the end of the spring split.
It's fair to say. I mean, a lot of his champion pools changes. Rengar was, of course, his big pick, and Rengar has not been a successful one, so I imagine the meta is the reason that Haru has been pushed out of the roster for Ambition, but we're trying to wait for him to redevelop his champion pool and have a chance in this 2017 meta.
Yep, so as you can see, we do have some top of the table versus bottom of the table clashes today, with the Afreeca Freecs being the lowest of that top end, I guess you could say, but it is going to be BBQ Olivers taking on Samsung for our first match. Theoretically one-sided, but if Samsung shows some faults, then BBQ may be able to sneak some matches here, potentially. We shall see, because of course BBQ Olivers, a team we don't have a lot of expectations for, but they have been known to surprise us in the past. Of course, what comes to mind was that quadra kill that Tempt managed to pick up against SKT. It's exciting stuff, so we are going to be introducing them first. BBQ Olivers, the team that hopes they can be as good as their chicken tastes. Papa Smithy.
The free chicken long gone, and BBQ, the free wins for this team. You know, so good in the first round robin of spring season, but now coming into summer, things have really not been working out for them, struggling pretty heavily you have to say one of the big favorites to be involved in the relegation battle at the end of the season.
Yeah, most certainly are. Of course, one of the shining lights for this team is Ghost. He's picked himself up 300 MVP points so far, meaning, of course, if you can't do the mathematics at home, that he's picked up 3 MVPs for their quite minimal victories thus far, Papa Smithy. In fact, that is 75% of the games that they've actually managed to win. Yeah, so he's been doing okay.
1 for Tempt, 3 for Ghost, like you say. Some of his performances, the Xayah, if you remember, the Callista as well. He's had some good performance isolated, but BBQ Olivers, if you only have 4 game wins in 6 matches, lets you know you're very much down the bottom of the table, and certainly stiff opposition in Samsung today. Roster is very much the standard roster they've been running. No sign of Haru, at least for Game 1.
Yeah, Game 1 is going to be Ambition. Of course, you mentioned the fact that the meta probably suits him a little bit better, and that makes sense to me as well, given the fact that he has been hopping on that Gragas more often than not. We've been seeing a lot of those top-tier junglers banned away in the early ban phase, so Ambition not really needing to worry about that, just hops on the Gragas and facilitates his team that he is so good at. Forward to seeing what Crown is going to be able to pick up as well. I want Nuclear Strike Karma in the mid lane. That is my personal favorite.
You're right, his high DPS mid lane Karma builds. There's no tanks on the Rift, you best believe. He may be breaking it out. Has been a good pick so far for everyone in the LCK. Karma mid lane actually has one of the highest win rates of mid lane champions, played extensively. Feels like Crown is still not going to be debuting a new champion. That's kind of one of those events that everyone celebrates, given he's famously a mastery mid laner rather than necessarily one who has a wide champion pool. You kind of know what Samsung is going to be doing in every game. When they run Ambition, they tend towards the late game as well. Samsung are predictable, but more often than not, they're predictably the winners of a series.
Well, you can see they were certainly predictably the winners of the series in the spring split. It was Ghost that was able to pick up an MVP, unsurprisingly, in their first match versus one another earlier this year. However, most certainly going the way of Samsung. And Samsung, with the fact that the end of the spring split was certainly a very strong point, being able to pick up that 2-0 later on in the split was understandable.
And you look at their recent record again. Their last 2 matches, KT and Everate, Samsung did not look like the same team that were the early trendsetters and pace setters here in LCK Summer 2017. So we're looking for them to return to that form. That's why it's an interesting match. 2nd versus 8th.
Yeah.
Usually you're just predicting a stomp, but Samsung haven't really been the sort of team with ambition in the lineup to put people to the sword. If they're able to do that in this match, it would be a step forward in their development, because you kind of need to be able to play at every speed when it's a double round robin, 18 best of 3 season, with a view to actually being the best team in the league. We need to see them emulate KT, SKT, teams who really can run over the top of lower opposition.
Yeah, with a lot of firepower as well. You can see the KDA is certainly not lying as far as the David and Goliath storyline is concerned. BBQ certainly struggling behind there, but I want to sort of caveat your point with the SKT match, because I feel like largely that was to do with KT playing beyond what we were necessarily expecting from this somewhat inconsistent team at a lot of times. A lot of their players really stepping up. Their macro game looked absolutely fantastic. That series was a joy to watch, purely because the strategic League of Legends displayed was unbelievable, to be honest.
Let's have a little look at Ruler first before I dive into your point, Atlas. In our last match, which of course was over at the Gangnam Stadium, double MVP in that match win. It was a 2-0, but Game 1 was eerily reminiscent of Sven back at G2 and MSI, where it was them losing in every fashion. Not a single kill on the board for the longest time before they hit 3, 4, 5 item Caitlyn and overtook the late game. Better teams than Everate would have been able to close out a lead over Samsung in at minimum one of those 2 games. So they really need to clean up their early game, because they were giving away early Barons, they were giving away early game control. It was kind of surreal to watch Samsung really hum and ha and find it very difficult to actually get out of their funk after losing to KT Rolster.
That was a pretty extraordinary damage per minute statistic, though. 1,300 damage per minute is absolutely ludicrous coming out from Ruler. So that is impressive, especially when he only managed to get 7 kills in the entire game, which was 100% of the kills that they managed to get. Pretty classic slow play coming out of Samsung, and we know that they're a team that can do that, and it's normally with Ambition that they do tend to go towards that kind of slower style. Haru was known for running over the top, And it is Ambition that likes the slow and steady. Let's just take this under control. And already I have been denied, Papa Smithy, as the Karma is going to be banned away from Crown as we hop into Champion Select.
And on patch 7.11, so no movement to 7.12. That should be next week, I would imagine.
We're still at the convenience store, Papa Smithy.
Yeah, the convenience store patch is very blue side focused. We've learned as the red side invariably ends up forced to ban at least 2 junglers, sometimes 3, to try to thin out the pool. But then you have champions like Galio that have to be respected from every mid laner, not just the top ones. And thus, picks keep slipping out to first pick. You have to be pretty creative to not stop there being a pretty significant advantage in the power level of first pick compared to what is available at the 2 selections on red side.
Not to mention the fact that you get so many more focused bans as well, given the fact that we see the Karma, we see the Gragas, and then the Syndra banned away, understandably. And these are the forced bans that Samsung sort of have to put down. And Ghost is going to get a free first pick Karma. I mean, it does mean that there are a few picks still open, like the Thresh, like the Tahm Kench, if Core JJ wants to go that way. Lee Sin as well.
Yeah, Lee Sin seen as the top-tier jungle to join Zac and Elise, but because you're against Bless, who has very much struggled on the Lee Sin 2 and 5 on the season against other opposition, you'd be forced to choose between handing over Zac and Lee Sin. And Zac, based on power level, you want to deny, but Lee Sin, for certain players, is also ultimate comfort. So BBQ, look, they're happy to, for now at least, move away from the Lee Sin pick. Does mean that Rek'Sai might be considered. It's kind of surreal to see Umti playing 2 games of Patch 7.11 reworked Rek'Sai earlier this week. Didn't look fantastic, but it's going to continue to get chain buffs in the future.
Not going to lie to you, Papa Smithy, that made me a little bit sick. The Umti Warrior first Rek'Sai that just got blown up over and over again.
What about some more Rek'Sai right now?
All right, there we are. Good, great.
How you feeling?
Feeling brilliant. I do like the pick away of Lee Sin, of course. Bless been playing the Lee Sin more than any other champion so far this season. But the Rek'Sai is a worry, Papa Smithy. I mean, Warrior Rek'Sai has been a tilter for many a caster in the past. It has worked. It has worked. If you manage to get a snowball, it clears the jungle extraordinarily fast. However, she's pretty good as a frontline, and if she builds Warrior Enchant into what was noticeably a black cleaver in that game, although I think it was only a few components that Umti was able to get to, it is a little bit dangerous, but that is going to be Orianna looked at. And that jungle mid-duo could be exciting out of Crown and Cube.
And I'm actually pretty excited about what BBQ are doing, because contrary to previous expectation, Rek'Sai kind of has to build AD to be relevant now. All her base values are way lower, and all her scalings are high and continue to be buffed in future patches. So you have to find ways to go AD. You will invariably be a lot squishier than before. You cannot just stack health and be an initiation with an AoE knockup. So setting up picks with the LeBlanc and Rek'Sai is a possibility, and should be a pretty high damage duo that, again, subverts old expectations of what Rek'Sai is. We're still learning about new Rek'Sai. I feel like 7.12 and future will perhaps get a bit more of an indication, but let's just check back into this game where Samsung have drafted about as standard as possible on the red side.
Going to ban away the Thresh there as well, and that is going to be Zyra and Kennen, the answering 2 bans from BBQ. And yes, I do need to say that, look, Rek'Sai has changed a lot, and probably shouldn't get as upset, but every time prior to the changes that you saw that Warrior Enchant, things were a worry on the Rift. And it did not change the Rek'Sai that we saw coming out of Umti for Jinair Green Wings. And it's going to be Braum locked in, though, so continuing down that standard path, Papa Smithy.
Speaking of standard, see some Bard potentially on the side of Totoro.
Usually Max special.
Yeah, usually, as you say, a Max-specific pick. There's a couple of mid laners. Core JJ has played it as well. It's very good against champions who position pretty much in the back of a team fight and try to rain down damage, and that can be Varus or Orianna, but they do in the end look for some wombo pick engage with the Wild Growth to actually give the AoE knockup back to Rek'Sai. Take that, Riot Games.
I like it. Give him some of that HP. We might be seeing this Rek'Sai work a little bit better than prior ones. However, that is going to be Renekton locked in as well, so BBQ setting themselves up a really nice, I guess, power spike curve in this composition. I like the Renekton for the early pressure towards the top side of the map. Gives Bless somewhere to go to possibly get ahead in the jungle as well. And you've got that Caitlyn for the late game and the split push potential coming out of the LeBlanc. I do actually really like what BBQ have put together.
It's new school comp coming through from BBQ. The only question mark here is on if they're able to pull off the draft as one of these lower-ranked teams rather than the quality of the draft, because Rek'Sai LeBlanc is immense pressure. You get the Rek'Sai or LeBlanc snowballing, you take down a turret in one of the side lanes where you have push advantage, you park a LeBlanc with teleport and a couple of items in the side lane, and you have immense map pressure and the double teleport. So on paper, excellent, clean draft from the side of BBQ. But if things fall apart, if they fall behind, if Rek'Sai is slowly building AD from the jungle while Renekton is also missing out on his power window, Samsung will predictably win this game at 40 to 45 minutes. So I was looking for a new script where they would potentially be looking with an earlier focus, but this is Samsung Galaxy with ambition. Back to standard for them, and another sighting of the Kled coming through from Cuvée.
Yeah, Cuvé's sort of new favorite there towards the top side of the map. And if you look down this lineup, Samsung are looking like a lot of comfort. Of course, Ambition on the Lee Sin is certainly a bit of a mix-up. He's played it a heck of a lot, but it isn't his flavor. We'll see whether it's going to be as we hop onto the rift for game number 1, BBQ versus Samsung. Okay, not a whole lot of fans in the stadium just yet, Papa Smithy. But
we know why.
Some enthusiasm.
You and I know why, Atlas, because we walked outside and we realized today is a day to avoid the sun. It is a sluggish day.
Yep.
We
need to build
Wednesday.
a tunnel to the stadium, damn it. That's all we need. Get people in here without having to go outside.
It is super sweltering weather. So I imagine most people are parked next to their fan or their air conditioning and just staying away from leaving the house.
But definitely still watching, because we've got some hype given the picks that BBQ have put together. I feel like if there's going to be a game that BBQ can win, it is most certainly this one. Of course, blue side advantage pretty strong.
Samsung fans handing out some of those light-up signs. So the Samsung faithful, of course, as you say, smaller crowd than we're used to, but it is a match that's heavily expected to be a pretty quick affair for Samsung. And while quick affair may represent a 2-0, I have a feeling the game time is going to continue to be pretty lengthy, Atlas.
I think it may be extended, unless Ambition can get some fancy stuff done in the early game, but that is not the Ambition way. Slow and steady is certainly his opportune method of winning the race.
Bit of a surprise to see no Talia ban coming through to Tempt, who's 2-2 on that pick, and it's kind of been a trademark of his ever since that pentakill early in the spring season.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the pick here of the LeBlanc certainly makes sense. More reliable than the Talia. Talia Rek'Sai have less innate synergy than Rek'Sai and LeBlanc because, hey, whether the chain or the knock-up hits first, you can pretty much predict how a skirmish will look like when those two are involved.
Crocodile trap on a rope working out here for Cuvée towards the top side of the map, but not too much joy going to be coming from that, especially in the early stages. We'll see what happens level 3 or so, whether any junglers are going to turn up.
I'm really excited to see what happens next week, Atlas. And it's not just because the games are a bit more exciting next week, but it's actually because 7-12 will bring out the Doran Shield nerf. We still have the ability to buy a Doran Shield and 2 potions on patch 7.11. So theoretically, that means the more risky laners like the Fioras, Twitch, for example, are still runnable this week, just because it's harder to get weak laners out of lane with just access to a single potion in 7-12. I'm excited to see if that will really impact the meta, just literally denying 1 extra potion from a laner in the early game, because these things actually do tend to have pretty large impacts, even if on paper they look pretty small.
Yeah. And in reference to that, I am going to track the amount of Doran Shields this particular match and matches following, just so that I can report back to you, Papa Smithy, on how much it is going to impact the amount of shields that we're going to be seeing.
One of my favorite discussion points, Rift Herald and Doran Shield. That was exactly what preseason patches suggested is, Ghost is all alone.
Yeah, and Ambition wants this kill on the bottom side. That is going to be an easy Q, and they managed to get the kill over to Ruler. We said that Ambition, not necessarily that early game powerhouse, but he's going to flip the script on this one, Papa Smithy.
And just able to take advantage of the information they had, the fact that Lulu had left lane. Perfect wraparound gank timing coming through from Ambition. And that really thwarted what was being set up in the bot side by BBQ. We talked about pushing lanes. They certainly were observed, but they were also punished because the other side of the coin that we very rarely see is that, hey, if your lanes are pushing, they're usually more ripe for the early gank, and credit Ambition, usually one of our biggest farming junglers, rewriting the script and getting an advantage for Samsung.
Yeah, really looking good, but here's a possible 3-man gank onto a wounded Cuvée on the top side of the map. This could be a struggle, of course. We've seen these dives go awry, and he does manage to go untargetable. It's going to be first blood going to Bless, but he'll die for it and lose his double buffs. That 1-for-1 trade is not what you're looking for, and only 10 seconds, and Cuvée will make it back. Crown's even going to be able to pick up the farm.
Yeah, a big grouped wave would have been the only difference, and still a disadvantage for BBQ, given how many people they invested into the top side. But with Crown picking up the minion wave, no advantages to be drawn out. Just a misfire from BBQ, especially as a counterpoint to how clean Ambition's visit to the bot lane was just a few moments earlier.
Yeah, and all of that information given over to Samsung. Ambition's even going to deny this Raptor camp as he goes back home. Thought he might actually go for some Krugs as well, but he's not going to be greedy. This is the Ambition way. He wants to make sure that everything is tidy on the Rift, not leaving himself open as Cuvée. All right, that bear trap is going to not quite land, but Crazy, he's going to have to go home.
Just as he had teleported in with an item advantage. I guess it was item parity if you look at it, but Crazy was very heavily losing that trade. Both top laners with fervor, so Cuvée opening up and being able to juggle minion aggro better really did shut down Crazy. Puts him in an awkward spot where we already mentioned he really wants to be overextending and pushing in this lane to allow Bless to do what you see on your screen, contest Ambition in the jungle.
Yeah, well, Crown's actually going to get snared up here. It's going to prevent him from helping Ambition, only for a little while, as Bless does head his way through. Not going to be able to deter Ambition from taking this Raptor, though. Well, it may releash. Get a bit dangerous. There we go. Seeker not going to be able to find any joy. So jungle is now just looking for some camps. Bless with a few more options on the map as there's a shockwave in the mid lane. Crown just forcing Tempt out. Knows that there's no teleport. If he has to go back home, that could be a lot of creeps denied. Given Crown's access to a lot of wave clear, as you can see right here.
Really nice turnaround from Crown. He actually got access to the shockwave as he put his command attack through the minions and thus caught Tempt by surprise with the shockwave. It's that health advantage like you mentioned, and no regen available to Tempt.
Yeah.
Popping his last biscuit now.
Darkseal going to help him get a little bit more out of that one. Here's Bless. Tunnels his way through, and Ambition just flat out misses the Q.
That was some old man mechanics there, Atlas.
That was. Wouldn't have seen it from his mid lane Kha'Zix back in the day. Somehow managed to not connect his Q to anything there as well when there's whole bunch of Krugs, but they hadn't quite spawned yet, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Actually a pretty significant miss, because if you look, they've invested 2 control wards to the red side jungle, so they've really invested a lot to prep that particular face check and thus get an advantage. So now the gold invested in setting it up, and also the pressure that had to come together to allow a red buff invade was completely for naught, so big misfire there from Ambition. It's going to stick around, though. They still have those wards, so contesting red buff is a realistic objective here for Samsung.
No, it's a 3 versus 2 here at this stage, but Crown is moving down. Should manage to get some form of releash on this one as Tempt takes a lot of damage. Lands some chains, but won't be able to get the roots. The Brambleback will head back home. Hope to not be bothered any further.
Tempt forced out of lane. Doesn't mean they have a numbers disadvantage here, BBQ. They'll stay. Obviously is on low health. Shockwave now back available. Wasn't available when the QW came in onto Tempt as he face checked.
Should mean that Samsung will be able to steal away this red buff. Tempt had to go back to base, doesn't have teleport. He's actually just going to go back now after clearing that mid lane, but they knew exactly where he was. Positional advantage for Samsung, and they're going to continue to build this relatively small lead. But you mentioned that their game plan, let's draw this one out, play for the late game. They've already done their best to put Ghost behind, which is very important. Ruler actually showed us what you can do if you're just a Caitlyn that manages to get a kill or two.
Samsung sussing out this counter red buff steal. Here comes the smite, but both of them are here.
Yeah, well, Crazy's going to slice and dice his way out, but Bear Trap is going to land onto Crazy. Lots of damage coming in, and that's going to be the shockwave. The Dissonance picks up the kill, and now Bless, he's in trouble. This is the Warrior Rex, I remember. He's going to get blown up. as Tempt makes his way through. Wants to be able to get the trade. Bless almost survives, but doesn't. The flash out from Ambition. He's looking for the Q, but it's going to be Cuvee that helps with the damage and the double for Ambition. This early game now completely belongs to Samsung.
Yeah, big disrespect coming through from Crazy, who didn't realize, or at least didn't respect, that the ball was still leashed onto Cuvee. Didn't use the Dominus, didn't flash out, just ate the Shockwave and died before being able to use anything. You'll see the replay here. So they turn onto Cuvee and then realize they need to back away. But there's so much time for Crazy to pop the Dominus, to flash, but just dies to the Shockwave and the next immediate barrage of damage. Bless caught nowhere, pops his ultimate just to have a chance to live for an extra second, and even flashes afterwards, but cruelly was taken down by Ambition with a parting Q. They turn on to Tempt. Big win here for the side of Samsung. And that cements their lead because they were the ones who set up the aggressive vision, predicted the counter invade by BBQ, and cleaned that up as well.
Yeah, and now it's going to stretch out to about a 2,000 gold lead. No turrets to fall just yet. Neither team with too much of a massive pushing advantage, apart from Crazy towards that top side, who has a considerable lead as far as farm.
Game plan's already starting to fall apart though for BBQ.
Yeah.
A lot of their lead was kind of predicated, and their comp predicated in getting ahead early. Warrior Rek'Sai doesn't have the same teamfight backup that old Rek'Sai builds did. They're looking to specifically have power around LeBlanc with this Rek'Sai pick, and that's why they visit again.
Preyseeker does find Crown, but not going to get shattered. Everything's going to be A-OK Samsung. It just feels like the Samsung answers are far more than what the BBQ pressure can actually put out. Is Ambition going to get a sneaky shield? That was a beautiful way to pick up a blue buff. Crown, liked it.
Again, assessing expectations of Rek'Sai is still very difficult. It's before the latest buff comes through, but Rek'Sai, you can't help but see Rek'Sai and think, okay, global in presence, going to be everywhere, build tanky, looking for AoE knockups. That's really not the new Rek'Sai. The moment you take away a global and increase a damaging ability, you have to realize she really is about focusing down single targets, deleting members with sheer damage, and thus LeBlanc and a very high damage jungler is a lot of pressure around the mid lane and potentially rotating to other lanes if they get ahead. But then the other side of the coin is if she falls behind, she's a melee assassin or a melee DPS who doesn't have access to as much farm as a laner, and thus will be incredibly useless as the game goes on. So very much the focus is get LeBlanc and Rek'Sai ahead or really pay the cost later in the game.
Yep. Feels like a bit of a gamble picking this Rek'Sai, and we've seen it not necessarily pay off so far here in LCK. Hasn't been top teams that have been experimenting with her on this particular patch though.
Jinair and BBQ seem to be the big teams, and Bless was a legacy Rek'Sai player, but
yeah, and actually that's a wrong thing to say, because Jinair is certainly a team not to be trifled with this particular split of the LCK, but it was in a difficult matchup where they tried to pull that one out.
No point was Samsung interested in ending the laning phase and going for a lane swap, just choosing to keep things 2v2. So for now, the Rift Herald has been uninvestigated as an objective, and they do actually get the turret advantage with the late game teamfighting draft they have, which is pretty happy times for Samsung.
Oh yeah, that early gank really paying off for Ambition. Item advantage for the Varus, meaning that he's able to keep pushing things through. There's a 25 CS lead before Ghost was able to take down this minion wave as well. Samsung Galaxy just moved towards the top side of the map, playing this one pretty standard. And they managed to take the dragon as well. This is what having the cake and eating it too looks like, Pop Smithy.
And it's also a departure from the Samsung Galaxy we saw against Everate. Even just invading with vision, with rotations, as both lanes were pushed up, was a positive movement for Samsung, who didn't show this level of play against Everate. Again, maybe because they were still in the same match week as their loss to KT. But this time it's been the ordered, smart Samsung Galaxy that may not be reining in the kills or making a super bloodthirsty game. But so far, BBQ have kind of been smothered out of a game where they needed to take the advantage early. Well, Rek'Sai can't see Ambition.
Yep, and that is going to be a bear trap on a rope. Make that a Rek'Sai trap on a rope as Ambition's able to pick up that kill. That makes it his third for the game. He's now on a killing spree as well. So we're going to see the charge coming in. Totoro, oh, that's a fat flash. PH Fat Flash from Smithy. As there's the Shockwave Flash from Ghost, and that is a big deal. You'll trade that any day of the week, and Samsung should be able to grab this top outer turret as well. This mid lane tower is not going to fall down at the same time. Samsung continue to get advantages that are unanswerable by BBQ.
And crucially, they're kind of unanswerable because BBQ is choosing to try to defend turrets that are indefensible with the setup and the multiple step setup that Samsung is investing. Usually we see teams trade objectives on the other side of the map rather than trying to defend an outer top lane turret when they don't really have the vision. They didn't have the jungler there either. Speaking of the jungler.
Oh, good flash from Core JJ. Unbreakable comes in. He should still die as the heal! The stand behind me! The one last auto attack, make it two! And Ghost picks up the kill. Not too much more is going to come out of this, and Rift Herald is now stopped. We've got a Dominus coming out from Crazy. As Ruler wants to get out of that stun and does so. Not going to be snared up by the chains as Cuvee continues to shove towards the bottom side. But the first bit of good news for BBQ is this Rift Herald will go over to them.
Yeah, Rift Herald really does stay leashed for a long time. Did not gain any health during the chase that forced Ruler to flash under turret. And BBQ say thank you for the leash. They pick up the Rift Herald against the flow of play and get a bonus objective to try to slow down what is already almost a 5,000 gold lead for Samsung.
Yeah, big snowball starting up here for Samsung. Ghost, though, building towards his items. As his BF sword, looks like he's going towards a static shiv or something like that at the same time. Could be rapid fire cannon. He'll probably end up with both of them at some point in this game, as most Caitlyn's have been opting into that particular build.
You kind of worry about Tempt going for a Gunblade from behind in a game where the team with the pushing advantage is already down to turrets. You worry that the split push, which is what is really afforded by the Gunblade rush, just may never happen here for the side of BBQ. They're just multiple turrets behind. It's very hard to have the vision to safely engineer a sort of split push that BBQ have selected for. There's still time. They need to actually make things happen soon, though, because right now, as you can see on the screen, it's largely just Samsung deciding every map rotation with an outscale comp.
Yeah. I'm making this 4-1 composition work quite well at the same time. Lots of wave clear to be had here in this mid lane. They can push pretty happily. Cuvee certainly winning this 1v1 against Crazy. Got himself back to even CS as well. Remember, that lead for Crazy was huge when they were on the top side.
I mean, sometimes you can tell the lead of a game through something very indirect, and in this game, it was the fact that at 16 minutes in, Ruler could cut through basically the enemy's inner turret straight to bot lane and not be scared of a gank, not be scared of being collapsed upon against a LeBlanc Rek'Sai Renekton comp. It lets you know that he's not respecting turnaround. He's happy to cut through inner objectives super early in the game, and Samsung basically, with play like this, is saying, we're running the game, we're not really worried about any turnarounds, and even with the Rift Herald being used in topside, they're not actually worried about potentially trading down in turrets, and they might even die.
Yeah, there is a charge to come in as Cuvee. Oh, fantastic interrupt with the wild growth onto Ghost, but that is only going to delay the kills, not necessarily delay this turret, as Crazy did go in, and that is a hula hoop in the mid lane. Bit of a celebratory shockwave to come down from Crown.
BBQ should be able to get 2 turrets for 2 because no one is here to answer the Rift Herald. But because they don't have any vision in the red side jungle, LeBlanc has to abandon it, and thus they'll only get most of this inner turret. Ambition will rock up and bash it from behind, and that means goodbye, Rift Herald.
Yeah, and he gets shot by the turret as well. I mean, I feel like that's cheating. But with 3 people, Samsung easily deal with that. Only a third health on that inner turret, though. Certainly a victory for BBQ, as that's not going to regen its health. It's not an inhibitor turret or anything crazy like that. Gunblade complete for Tempt, as that split push build that you were alluding to before has been opted into. I was going to ask you whether maybe a different Hextech item could be an option if you're falling behind, but I don't know whether that would necessarily be the best. Dash Cannon feels odd, and the Super Soaker is not exactly something that you see a lot on the old LeBlanc.
Yeah, the GLP, just because you don't really want to itemize into a Catalyst, feels bad, as some of the stats don't go to great use. The Proto Belt was used a bit on LeBlanc. It felt like for a second it was the meta build, but since the nerf quite a few patches ago now, people really do prefer the sustain that comes through from the Gunblade. Probably going to be a bit of an empty argument, though, given how little is actually happening with the LeBlanc, who was in a side lane during the last phase of the game.
Yeah. Crown almost has that 2-item spike with the Banshees as well as Umbrella Nomicon. It's just weird looking at Crown without Leandri's Torment in his item build path as number 2.
There's still time, Atlas.
Yep.
There's still 3rd or 4th item. He might have to delay it.
This is still part of the Crown build as well, you know? Like Banshee's Veil, Umbrella Nomicon, most certainly solid staples. As we know that he's a mastery player, but he's also a mastery player when it comes to what items he builds. Certainly stuck in there as Cuvée, he's going to run his way back towards the bottom side of the map and corral this minion wave that has built up towards the inhibitor turret and really start putting on some big pressure. 6,000 gold is the lead for Samsung. 5 turrets to 1 is the main thing to look at, though, because they own the map. They're the ones that seem to be able to walk everywhere and get everything done. There has been some decent vision clawed back by BBQ, especially towards that bottom side of the map. It seems that's not going to be where the focus is for Samsung, as you can see a few members moving up here towards the top side.
Baron about to spawn in 30 seconds, but not going to be an objective that I imagine Samsung's going to rush down. However, the trend recently has been a lot of 20 to 28 minute Barons where teams don't have good ward coverage around the area, and regardless of team strength, people have been taking down Barons with no contest at alarming frequency between 20 and 30 minutes. So it's one of those take-home messages, Mr. Rogers style, that people really need to look at this week is better vision and better control around the Baron, because it's just been too easy for teams to get a large lead, because just after Rift Herald becomes an objective to 15 to 80 minutes, there seems to just be a lapse in judgment around 18 to 25 minutes around that Baron.
Do you think something like the extra pickups of champions like Kalista and with Zarya now making her way into the meta as well? I mean, do we feel like the extra Baron security that you get from those champions is also helping that one?
I imagine it might be at least a consideration, Atlas, as Cuvée has to deal with 2 people.
Yeah, we'll see whether he can do his best 957 impression to try and get himself out of this. Gonna flash.
Get out.
All too easy. That outer turret still available in Samsung Galaxy. Make use of that by heading towards the top side and ripping through this turret like it is made of butter.
And you see the difference between Samsung when they're getting focused down. As speaking of being focused down, Temp's probably going to lose Skull.
Yep, is. The shotgun's his way back. He's trying to do what he can, but it's going to be crazy that locks down the kill. So tempted fate just a little bit there.
Unnecessary from Cuvée, so they probably will lose that turret in bot lane. Samsung continue to try making the trades, and that's the point I was trying to get to, is that Samsung is being proactive. When they see 2 members drawn, they will try to get advantages on the map, and it was only a positioning mistake from Cuvée that stopped that being a free inner turret for just a bit of time invested in trying to shut down Cuvée.
Yeah. I also do like the fact that BBQ put both of their teleports down there as well, which are available, so no Baron to be threatened from Samsung, apart from just being able to secure vision. Ambition finds himself a Mimic. He's frustrated by the clone. I feel like we still haven't really seen optimal use of the LeBlanc Mimics.
I know I'm a big fan of the LeBlanc Mimic into Galio Ultimate, because you can use Galio Ultimate on the clone. That's one of the
that's cool.
sickest initiation combos. Seen that a couple of times in pro play. I think using it for anything other than dodging skill shots has been not something people have invested in. It kind of remembers me of days gone past where people just went for the reliable use of an ability rather than necessarily the more creative use.
Yeah, it was like the beginning of Realm Warp. You know, when that first came out, it was all used as sort of pretty telegraphed initiation, and then we saw the creative Baron takes and all of these sort of fancy maneuvers with moving minions around and stuff like that. So looking forward to seeing whether someone figures out a fancy use of the LeBlanc. I'm sure someone has in solo queue. I'm sure someone can tweet to me about that cool thing that they did with LeBlanc clone, but haven't seen it as much here at the LCK.
Well, to be fair, I believe everything is on YouTube in some form or the other, whether it's a League of Legends interaction
is it
or
like,
a song.
Rule 32? Is it Rule 32 that there's literally everything on the internet?
I'm hoping that's Rule 32 and not one of the other rules that's in the 30s that we're not talking about right now.
Yep, pretty sure I ran into that by accident. But don't worry, we didn't actually say anything about
No, we
proximity.
didn't.
We're fine. Got it nailed. As Samsung Galaxy just continue to put pressure on. Crazy. Gonna run into Cuvée, but
Cuvé's happy to walk into this.
yeah.
Violent Tendency does so much damage at this point, but LeBlanc's there as Baron is started by Samsung.
Oh, good flash from Crazy to get him off the charge. It's going to be the kill, but this trade should be happening. Teleport immediately to come in from both the solo laners as Bless. He's in trouble. This Baron actually needs to be focused because it's a man advantage. He's inside the pit, has to flash out. Oh my goodness, that shockwave was not what Crown was looking for. And this is going to spell the reset from Samsung. They have no tools to secure this Baron buff.
Surprising stuff from Samsung, pushing away when the Baron was sub 2,000 up, did not want to opt into a Smite War. Surprisingly measured given how many teams have lost in this scenario. Samsung pull away, don't get an advantage on the other side of the map. Cuvee will have teleport when he respawns right now.
Okay. Jumps back on Skull, looks like he's going to head back towards the bottom side of the map, so Samsung just happy to go for this Baron bait once again, now with a teleport advantage. Not a lot of turrets left on the map here for BBQ, so this map is very, very open for them. Samsung continue to have complete control of the vision towards this top side. Bottom side control ward's still there for BBQ, but it's doing absolutely nothing. It's only a Cloud Drake coming up for our third dragon of the game, so it's been a cloudy and rainy day on Summoner's Rift. It's not exactly what you want to be seeing if you want late game scaling, but it is absolutely fine. Samsung happy to pick up the first two, and BBQ will take Constellation Cloud.
And they'll always start it. There's almost no risk to this play because Caitlyn can DPS it down over the wall. Bless can join her over the wall shortly afterwards, so free Drake, but like you say, not a consequential one. All the vision from Samsung has been placed around the Baron, so they wouldn't be moving the vision for a Cloud Drake in the bottom side. Smart of BBQ to recognize, okay, free objective, back away, and now they'll return inevitably to contesting vision on the top side as Samsung tries to cement that Baron vision.
Yeah. Still unable to clear out all of the wards here in this Baron pit. There is a sneaky one just over the wall. Giving BBQ a lot of information, time to work out what they want to do. But the jungle is extremely bare. Ghost can't move up anywhere near this river, even with Rek'Sai hanging out to try and support him, as well as Totoro.
I have a surprising choice by Totoro to go for the Mikhail's Rush.
Wow, yeah.
There's not that much pick CC on the side of Samsung, so surprised to see it on BBQ's side. As you can see, this time with a Blanc Vision, Cuvee is very heavily winning these trades.
Yep, and no teleport available as well, as the Dominus is going to come out. Cuvee may not even lose Skull as he runs back. There's the flash. See whether he's going to be fast enough. There it is. Actually uses a minion to get that last little hit.
Turn onto Ghost here.
Yeah, grabs his Skull back, and now Ghost, he's going to have to be forced to run away, but Bear Trap on the rope keeps him there. A lot of damage. The flash, the kick. Is the Q going to be followed? Wild Growth is going to be enough to deter Ambition from following underneath the turret. That is going to be Cuvee surviving once again, and Less Tempt can find this kill, but he misses the chain and has to go back to that distortion. Unfortunate stuff, and Samsung are going to waste no time in capitalizing. This inhibitor turret is not long for the world, and we wanted clean play from Samsung Galaxy. We got it here today, Papa Smithy. This game has been from good to better for Samsung and from bad to worse for BBQ.
Yeah, and Cuvee finally doesn't have to deal with LeBlanc on the bot side of the map and shows us why. He's played himself into form and into contention among top laners in Korea with the Kled pick, looking to move to 6-2 on the season with a win in this game. Very nice start there, and Ghost walked up, realized he didn't have coverage, and also that the Skull bar was almost full. Would have been taken out if not for reinforcements on his side. Was actually risky for Ghost to push up that far. No one had vision of red side jungle as Ambition's caught all alone.
Yeah, Prob's dead. In fact is, it's going to be taken out. So Baron is of course still available, and possibly an opportunity given that lapse of judgment that Ambition did have, and he's going to be gone for 30 seconds.
Same time, Crown is going for a back, which is pretty greedy for his part as well, so BBQ gonna rush their way towards Baron. Starting it is risky with Cuvee on the map. They will at least get vision around the area.
I really hope the Crown bought a Haunted, guys. Oh, he didn't. Aether Wisp. Unfortunate. Going for the Luden's Echo. Probably not going to see a Leandri's Torment, Papa Smithy, and I am very sad about it.
Probably not going to see a Rek'Sai win anytime soon either.
There's a few things to be sad about this game. Still a few things to be happy about. Did mention that Cuvee having a day out on the Kled. Great to see that ruler once again having an outstanding performance, and now with his 3-item power spike with that Infinity Edge just completed, this Varus is going to be doing a hell of a lot of damage.
You just feel that if Bless had pre-planned going this build, and we can't know because BBQ fell behind in the 2v2, but if Bless had pre-planned going tank Rek'Sai with the changes, it feels like there is a handful of junglers that would have done a much superior job on the same sort of income, so less attack damage items might make you smile, Atlas, but it really puzzles me as to why the Rek'Sai was chosen.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing what the Warrior Enchant Rek'Sai can do when it works, because obviously it must be working somewhere. However, it hasn't really been bringing anyone too much joy thus far.
There hasn't been a single game win for Rek'Sai in LCK Summer. I believe we had 2 games of Rek'Sai before the changes, and then post-changes. Even Peanut got a loss on it, so it just hasn't been working.
Yep. QA actually losing out on this trade here. It was Crazy doing some work. Dominance has been popped. As the flash didn't get Crazy in front, and that is going to be the charge to get QA out to safety. And this is one of the reasons why Kled is such a frustrating split pusher to deal with. He can be slow, so slippery.
Just another time that BBQ looked for the 2-man bot lane because teleports were both back up. Speaking of teleports, QV will probably have to come in. Samsung pull off the Baron. They turn on Rek'Sai.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pick up the kill onto Bless very quickly. The stun comes down, Wild Growth, but he was pretty obviously dead. A bit of a wasted cooldown there as it's QV that really wants this engagement. Samsung should be able to just head back towards the Baron. They've got sole vision of the area, a dissonance for the speed up. They should be able to take this one down without any problems at all. Smite advantage, well and truly there.
Yeah, smart of Samsung, they all stood stationary, no tremor sense of vision coming through. Thus, Rek'Sai came through, was picked first, they turn onto the Baron. Minion waves aren't in a great spot, so they probably won't be able to end the game on this push. Probably not going to be too many more for Samsung Galaxy.
Well, Core JJ is going to find Temp, tags him with the concussive blows as Ambition, he misses the Q. Core JJ missed his as well, so Ambition doesn't need to feel too bad about himself, but Temp definitely survives.
Somewhere Wolf is smiling, going like, well, that wasn't a prediction like mine yesterday. On the bottom, harder task here, because couldn't just predict that LeBlanc would snap back to W. Couldn't even force the W out. Very hard to chase down a LeBlanc in a long lane. They usher in the minion wave. Samsung looking to break the base in a second spot here in top lane.
Pretty trappy times here as well, as they are going to find their way to the left-hand side. I guess stage left is more correct.
Well, JJ tanking up the turret, doesn't have to worry. Shield, multitude of other factors, meaning he's happy to step up as comes 2 super minion waves, and maybe this will be the push as Ruler.
Oh, he throws it the right direction as well. Ruler's going to be able to lock down the kill. 4 Crown onto the mid laner. And now with a man advantage and a charge here from Cube, it should be Samsung Galaxy pushing through for the victory. Academic is certainly the word that comes to mind as Samsung made this late game composition look like an early game one. The Nexus is going to go, and that is 1-0 so far in this series. We were expecting it to go a similar way, but after that Ever 8 series we had questions. Do you feel like they're on their way to being answered, Papa Smith?
It just feels like if you skipped week 3 last week of the LCK, this was Samsung business as usual. But if you had seen the last 2 series, you needed to see Samsung play a game like this. You saw the drafting like, oh, is it just going to be another late game, vacating the early game, another series where they win with a gold deficit? The answer was no. They didn't make the adjustments in draft, but they made the adjustments in play. Playing around Ambition, invading. He got a lot of the early kills and thus was feeling powerful. And from there, they contested red buffs. They didn't give up a lot. They made smart macro decisions in the late game. And it was, as you say, Atlas, Samsung returning to form, playing smartly, and didn't really look like losing through the course of 35 minutes.
Yep, they looked absolutely fantastic. Shout out to QV on his comfort Kled, but we do have blue side now going over to Samsung as well. So I feel like it could get even easier moving into game number 2 for this team, unless this BBQ roster has some surprises up their sleeve. We've known them to be able to mix things up in the past, but just feels so difficult and so uphill against Samsung, which are a team looking to try and solidify first place. And with a 2-0, they certainly will be able to.
And it doesn't feel like the draft is going to be their salvation. As we liked what BBQ drafted, it had an identity, it did things, but they missed their window, and thus the draft kind of fell apart. So if Samsung feel like they can just say, whatever you guys do, we'll play our way and just succeed, then I think it's going to be a 2-0.
Most certainly will, but we'll see whether it's going to be after this short commercial break. Don't go anywhere.
Restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. And as we speak, the army of our enemy is approaching our gates. We cannot fly. Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing, a sonic echo, there leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's like.
Welcome back, OGN Legend, LCK Summer. We just had Samsung roll over the top of BBQ. It was a bit of a wham bam, thank you ma'am sort of situation. Papa Smithy?
I think that's the right way to look at it. You know, Samsung played pretty standard, but given again last week's struggles, it was important to see Samsung play a game like this and potentially a series like this. Heavily expected to see Samsung go 2-0 up, especially given they get to play game 2 on the fabled blue side. MVP for this one I think will be a bit of an interesting one as we decide to check out Ruler for a little bit.
Yeah, there were a few question marks. I'm not entirely sure what is going to be the decision, just because it was a team effort by Samsung. It just felt like everyone was a winner, babe, and that's no lie.
It's interesting that Ruler did almost a third of Kled's damage. That's not very much. That may be the lowest damage Varus ever.
Yeah.
It's Varus.
It is Varus, and he started off doing only gigantic silly damage because he was a poke champion.
How did he do so little damage?
Well, Ruler was just sitting in a side lane doing nothing.
Yeah, well, apparently he was nowhere near champions.
Yeah. He did a bit of damage to get first blood in the early game and then decided to say peace until 35 minutes, I think.
Interesting.
Hopefully we give Ruler the MVP.
It would be something notable, but it's going to go to Ambition. Really started this game up well. He was the one that caused the pressure that was sorely absent for a lot of Samsung's games in Week 3, so probably deserves the reward with the MVP.
Especially when it is such a change of, I guess, style from Ambition as well, with that incredible early gank that we see right here. It was pretty easy to do, but the fact that his positioning was that forecast and forethought as well is just what they needed.
And the forethought, I think, is a smart point because BBQ had wadded up the top side. Thus Ambition stole enemy red, and it felt like BBQ should have had a read on that for the bot side. Didn't, gave up that kill. Then there was this counter invade after the red buff steal with the information from the first blood in bot lane, and Samsung snowballed even further ahead and never really looked like losing after this.
Yep, Cuvée was certainly worth an honorable mention for that MVP. As it always seemed to be the Cuvée Ambition show. This is why the Varus didn't get any damage done. He was just, he's on the top side there. He managed to hit an E at that point. Ruler doing the damage.
Come on, he did at least 600 damage there.
Hey, yeah. So that was like half of his efforts before. Doing damage to Baron, that's not going to be included in the damage to champions.
I like how you decided to make the replay for Ambition's MVP about examining the fine tooth comb where Ruler's damage didn't come from.
Yeah. I'm glad you liked it.
Well, we'll see if this series goes silly. BBQ will want to be coming back in, but Samsung probably just want an early night. They want the 1.5 hour in and out, which is very much looking like a possibility.
Oh, talking about American burgers now, Pop Smithy.
It's true. Spending 1.5 hours in and out.
I was going to say, like, if we could make it to in and out in 1.5 hours, that's one hell of a flight time.
Hey, we have some burger chains from America here, but not it.
No, we don't have that one. Don't have that one.
We have Shake Shack, though.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Haven't been there so far. You'll have to take
It's the most profitable Shake Shack in the world.
Shall we use this Champions Select to plan a date?
I'm just saying, it's the most profitable Shake Shack in the world.
Really?
Yeah.
My goodness.
I mean, Koreans, when they hear something's hot, they line up, and they've certainly lined up for Shake Shack.
Apparently they like shacks and shakes.
Well,
the Elise is going to be banned, though, on the blue side here from Samsung, which is interesting. Syndra going to be the answering ban. A little bit of extra flexibility now for BBQ.
Samsung banning the Elise on blue is interesting. They're already opting into banning more champions on blue than we normally see, where teams will kind of ban pocket picks or out-of-meta picks in order to get something or trade a power pick on the blue side for a couple of picks on the red side. Already Galio and Elise, two of those highly prized first picks are eliminated. I somehow don't expect Samsung to be able to pick up Zac on blue side, given that Ambition's already played a pretty strong game on it.
Well, now they get to focus ban something away from BBQ because, of course, they do want to be able to lock that one down. Could be a Thresh.
Talia also could be considered here.
Yeah. Crown probably wanting to ban the Galio because he's like, I don't want to have a boring game, guys. And the Thresh is going to be the ban.
Interesting to see the Thresh be banned away from Totoro. Has played some of it this season, but it's most known for the Braum. Braum has been very highly selected. Might have actually been the highest selected support across all regions last week. I was looking at some data points, so teams have been favoring it. Predictably, Zac does not go through to Samsung. So when it comes to top meta picks, only really the Karma and Lee Sin are available. And Karma is kind of a Samsung special given that how much Crown plays it. So not necessarily a must first pick in other series, but given that Samsung have already run into great success in mid and support, makes sense to have that as a first pick for Samsung, and also giving away Lee Sin to Bless isn't the same as giving Lee Sin to some of our other Lee Sin specialists in Korea.
Now BBQ actually looking to try and pick away both of Ambition's junglers that are left over, which makes a lot of sense if Bless is now going to lock away the Lee Sin. It does lock in crazy for the top lane Gragas, but, okay, they're not going to decide to do it. I'd like it if that was going to happen. However, looking to see whether they can take away the Varus has been certainly a highly contentious AD pick, and does leave that Gragas pick ambiguous. Much like the Karma is on the side of Samsung, BBQ keeping some flexibility over their side, which I do like as well.
And even if the numbers were not impressive from the side of Ruler, he is now 7-1 on Varus in summer season, so it is a takeaway pick from the comfort of Ruler, who has been targeted before. Feels like he only really has 3 or 4 champions in his pool, much like Crown and Cuvée have been kind of looked at in terms of small champion pools. Does feel like Samsung can be banned out with 5 bans if you're willing to fully invest in a single role. Ambition doesn't go towards the Lee Sin, will just go towards the jungle Kha'Zix. Does actually suggest further there's going to be a mid lane Karma, just so you have those bigger shields to get the Kha'Zix going in a team fight.
Would make some sense, but of course still options that Orianna has access to a shield as well. Could be paired with the Rek'Sai also relatively effectively, given the leap in. But probably going to be saving those shields for Cuvée if they do attempt any sort of team fight situation. So it is going to be the LeBlanc from Tempt once again. We'll see what the answer is from Crown, and whether or not BBQ are going to attack his champion pool moving into this ban phase.
You could definitely take Teleport Karma into the LeBlanc. We saw this as recently as a couple of weeks ago, and also most famously recently at the Samsung versus SKT Spring Final, where Faker ran both mid lane Karma and mid lane Lulu against Pawns LeBlanc. So it could just be firming on that Karma mid as a selection, but like you say, there is always the outside chance the flexes come in. I'm wondering if we're going to see a lane focus from the side of BBQ, maybe see Crazy jump onto the Kled to try to take down the, what could be a blind pick Renekton from the side of Samsung.
Yep, and it looks like BBQ have the same idea as you, Pop Smithy, that Ashe going to be banned away, and you could expect something else from that 80 carry position potentially from BBQ as well, as Xayah's going to be the option.
He's only played Jhin, apart from the picks that are banned in this game, Caitlyn, Ashe, and the Varus takeaway. So Xayah is the one that he's been playing in solo queue, but hasn't shown in summer yet. So for once, it's going to be Ruler focused out with the bans. We've seen a couple of different strategies recently. The Crown focus worked for KT in game 1 of the Samsung series, and they tried to ban out Core JJ, and that didn't work. But they will be going for the Kled. Okay, so it is going to be the reverse matchup here for the side of Samsung. It is a matchup where you can snowball early. Ambition already had that great visit to bot lane to snowball a winning matchup for BBQ against them in game 1, so perhaps he'll be adjusting his movements to top lane for game 2.
Oh, Ruler actually going to take the Twitch here as well, so questioning what he was going to opt into, and it is going to be Tahm Kench as well. Coveted support on the bottom side for Core JJ. Certainly a champion that you can make great use of. And now you've got some pretty destructive Abyssal Voyage submarine scenarios that Core JJ can employ throughout that mid-game.
Double submarines are possible here, as Kha'Zix has that invisibility as well, and Totoro is going to be jumping onto the Rakan support without the synergy with the Xayah. Interesting to track, so another engage. Wombo engage possibilities for the side of BBQ. They'll have the pressure advantage in bot lane, which is rare in Rakan lanes, but I think they'll be in a good spot because of the Varus. Kled has that matchup that goes well after a point against the Renekton. Samsung got so many advantages early that they made tricky matchups look easy because they had navigated the early game so well. Will BBQ be able to do a renaissance of that sort of performance? Will it be a reenactment, or will it be the sort of pain that can be inflicted by Samsung's early lanes?
Yeah, especially given the gank power of the Kha'Zix plus Renekton combination. We're going to see that in the reverse. We saw it was Crazy actually doing very well as far as farm was concerned and pressure in that lane in the early game, but it was Cuvée able to get around the map, get himself advantages elsewhere, and then come back and win that 1v1 as the game hit about 20 minutes in. Scary stuff. Ruler now on this hyper carry on the bottom side of the map. It's been a long time since we've seen him on the Twitch.
First time actually in competitive, and they're going to try and set up around Ruler. It's not usually a strategy that Samsung employs, so this time he is the MVP.
Excited to see what Ruler's going to be able to bring to the table, or whether this is going to be uncomfortable. All those questions to be answered as we hit the rift for game number 2 between BBQ and Samsung.
Sonic echo, there leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's
Okay, here we are. Onto the rift for game number 2. Samsung versus BBQ. See whether anything interesting happens early on. Looks like it's just going to be a standard spread. So, Papa Smithy, all's quiet.
A lot of advantage were gotten from early wards in game 1, so we'll track to see where the vision is put, which usually does dictate which path the junglers take. We know that they are almost on top of each other on the top side of the map thus far.
Yeah, Ambition may actually poke his head up, but he's been pinged.
Ruler actually started with ambush, so he's jumping straight into Ghost.
Yeah, he's actually taking a lot of damage here as well. Poison's going to be ticking down, so that attack speed helping him out, making sure that he wins that.
Usually start Expunge, you know. Most players won't get the ambush until level 4. Sometimes at level 3, but sometimes level 4. Just to go 2 points into Expunge and 1 point into the Venom Cask at level 2. So ambush start is something different, but not going to be a chase down kill onto Varus to start the map. All it really does is send him for an early back, but they don't use that time to invade. And thus for now, the vision is pretty shallow. Karma looking to be opportunistic and steal away some little raptors.
Yeah, we'll see what the Crown does. Of course, always compliment Crown on his skin choice. My personal favorite Karma skin. One of the originals. Is Ambition going to get a little bit of help on this red buff?
Sun Goddess?
Yeah, it's the Sun Goddess Karma, yeah.
Why do I know this? Sometimes I wonder why I know some of the things I know about League of Legends.
Yeah, don't worry. Most of the information that I know about League of Legends is entirely irrelevant.
You're a play-by-play caster. It adds color to your play-by-play. Look at Quickshot. He became most famous as a caster when he started by knowing all the skill names.
Hey, that is true.
At the time, other people didn't think that was important. So,
Rivington as well actually impressed me a lot. Season 1 with his skill name knowledge.
Anyone who knows the name of Tristana's passive gets a big thumbs up from me.
What is it, Draw a Bead?
Yeah. It's a silly name.
It is a silly name. Although it does make sense as far as increasing your range is concerned. There are a lot of passive names that I don't know, by the way, Papa Smithy.
All right, tell me one you don't know.
Tell you one that's confusing. Because
what's
then
Sion's passive name?
I actually have no idea.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah. Be dead and run at people.
Yeah, Rise of the Undead? I don't know.
It's probably super badass, because a lot of his other spells are super badass.
That's true.
Like
Soul of the Slayer!
Soul Furnace!
Soul Furnace is funny.
It's funny.
Also, when you say that, it reminds me of that one called Moskin.
Also, like, super irrelevant as well. Oh, the Cogmore skin, like the walking oven?
Yes.
Oh, I love the walking oven.
A furnace is very similar to an oven, Alice.
It is.
So there is an invade coming through here. Ambition, they had the ward down earlier. Got a lot of advantages around the red side jungle of BBQ in game 1, and with Cuvée able to push up on the Renekton and try and make the same sort of visit here. Smite available for Bless.
Pretty easy 3-buff start here for Ambition, though. I mean, Cuvée gives up some minions, but knows that he's a Renekton. He's got a lot of power, and they've got vision. Slice and Dice comes down. And Cuvée takes half the health off Bless and means that he can't contest on this one either. And as the rotation comes through, Crown actually wins out. We've got a battle on the bottom side. Both exhaust being used as Ruler throws out the heal. The Contaminate onto Ghost.
Crown.
Oh! Not able to get the final tick of damage. And Tempt holds onto his flash, importantly. We'll be able to teleport back to this lane, and there's no mana left on Crown. So both of them going to have to trade that Summoner spell.
But Atlas, in every lane, Samsung wins. Cuvée able to push up as you can in the Renekton matchup. They get the contest on the red buff. Rinse and repeat from game 1. At the same time, Karma almost solo killing the LeBlanc and Ghost having to use both Summoners bot lane. So basically, at the drop of a hat, every lane wins for Samsung. And the last time I can remember this happening was that famous 2-0 victory over SKT, not this season, but last season, you'll remember, where Haru was monstering Peanut in the jungle as his lanes won around him. Samsung, it may only be 500 gold ahead, but the amount of confidence you have after a 3-buff and also winning summoner trades in every lane is pretty insane to track.
And the importance of Kha'Zix winning this early game so hard as well, being able to bully Bless away from that red buff. Kha'Zix that has a lead is an absolutely disgusting thing to deal with. Now going to go back, probably will be able to grab the Tracker's Knife, as now Bless looking to try and alter the course of this game with a kill onto Cuvee.
Nice.
Yeah, slices and dices his way around, and that will be the save. Not enough health. These BBQ members to hold this one down. Cull the Meek actually gives Cuvee so much of his health bar back.
Very nicely slice and dice like you mentioned there, Atlas. Got out, didn't have to invest a summoner. Be ready to go for the repeat gank. See how heavy into the DPS Crown will go.
Look at Core JJ, sneaky catfish, just standing on top of a ward.
Being that human ward. Doesn't even need to put down vision. Didn't have a ward available, but knows he'll be in the right spot if he needs to be. Yeah, a lot of mid laners would go Athenes here just because of the ability to start Chalice and get magic resist, but
I hope not.
You could see Crown going something like Merc Treads and a Lost Chapter. Enemy does have the Gragas as a true frontliner, so we'll see how much into damage he goes. He does spec into utility once in a while, and they have a jungle, sorry, a Twitch as their AD carry, so with a hyper carry on the team, maybe he'll disappoint you and go more into the utility.
Well, it does still have Deathfire Touch, so it's like he's looking for late game damage somewhere. That extra tick also works very well with Leandra's Torment, as we know. Says Max, hopefully.
Hope always springs eternal when you're talking about the item choices of Crown in particular.
And Karma in particular as well. It's one of those champions that can be exciting with that super nuke build. Can be uninteresting with almost any other.
I think many people would agree with you and bash on the drum of Karma being an interesting champion. We just see so much of her.
Yeah.
It's a reason she was the champion at the, at the forefront of MSI when it came to the MSI skin, because she's played so damn much.
Yeah. Also in multiple roles as well. Sort of like Karma is just always going to be a good choice.
Never forget Jungle Karma.
Yep.
From a Diamond Prox.
Oh, that's true. Beautiful.
Taylor's going to register.
Oh, so close as Ambition gets the speed up from the Storm Raiders, and that's going to be first blood all too easy. That felt like mid lane Ambition on Kha'Zix for a second there, Papa Smithy, and it felt good.
Yeah, the mid lane focus coming through from Ambition. They had a control ward to try and spot. Had a ward on the right side as well. Open up and surprisingly able to make the gank happen onto Tempt, who had flash up and was just a LeBlanc, who was one of the hardest to lock down. So a mistake, a miscalculation. Now Tempt, second game in a row on the LeBlanc, falls behind. And Samsung, after winning all those trades early, predictably push up, get down deep vision, a red buff contest for the first spawn, and then the second blue buff as well. Not much available in this jungle for Bless, who has been one of the big question marks on the side of BBQ. That is getting no happiness on the Rift, BBQ, increasingly in this series and then historically so far in spring season.
It's just not feeling like a good news story for this side. 1,200 gold is going to be the lead for Samsung with a whole lot of late game powerhouse threats. Most of it being in Ruler, but it's all about Crown buffing him up. Ambition getting the assassinations. He's now got his Warrior Enchant completed. We've only got a book and a little knife coming out of Bless. He's not the Gragas that is in the position to really do too much, although he does at least have the explosive cast, but he's a level behind. If Ambition finds him in the jungle, he's just dead. Not a whole lot more to be said about that.
Because he has Kha'Zix snowballing and also the Twitch, I really do like going much more utility-focused in your Karma build.
Yeah, I didn't want to talk about it.
I know. Well, I'm going to bring it up.
Okay.
Viewers need to know that we wondered about it, but there's going to be the Chalice into Athene's Unholy Grail coming through from Crown. Let's have two people now to shield to success in the front line.
And is it surprising that Ruler's ahead in farm here towards the bottom side of the map? I mean, Ghost will be able to pick up this minion wave that's heading forward, so should be able to even that one up. But
if you had the audio muted or you just joined the stream, yes. But when you see them winning every lane earlier, it gives you the reason.
Yeah.
Matchup not fantastic in normal cases, but it hasn't been a normal game, Atlas. They have pressure in every lane, and Necton ahead of his matchup, the Kled, as expected. But yeah, crucially, Twitch being 10 CS down is probably seen as a win, but being actually a CS ahead or complete parity with a Varus is an even bigger win for the side of Samsung.
Ambition probably knows that this isn't watered. Totoro is going to get discovered. Oh god, that isolation damage was filthy. Can't force back underneath this turret. Gets his shield back. But that is going to be the only good news that we're going to be able to get out of this.
Samsung has 4 control wards around this side of the map. You can see one at the entrance next to the outer mid lane turret, a defensive one in the tri-brush, and then they pushed up 2 more. So they really want this.
Oh, once again, the aggression. Good Devour comes out of Core JJ, but the blasting cone is going to prevent anything. Grey health coming out. Core JJ had to flash to be able to get that Devour onto Ambition, so wasn't able to flash over.
Coming through for Karma and Twitch going off the map. They probably wouldn't have been in position at time. BBQ didn't want to roll the dice after already losing out on a couple of trades this series, and Samsung back away and will still be able to solo down a Cloud Drake.
Yeah, Ambition happily able to pick this one up. Utilizing that Void Spike, get us some health back. And that Cloud Drake is going to go over to Samsung. So a lot of extra movement speed, and by a lot I mean a negligible amount of movement speed. Cloud Drake is still just doesn't feel like you're killing a super sweet dragon with what you get out of it.
We get to be greedy because there's been so much focus on Rift Heralds that's been that big contested objective that people get jazzed about and lane swaps are enacted about. Wasn't just a 1-week thing because we saw, what, 70–80% of games with early pre-12-minute lane swaps in week 3 and now week 4. People are chilling down a little bit, not going for those early swaps as much, even though first items have come out. Cutlass was usually the point where these Blade of the Ruin King AD carries would trade lane. All I had is, but was happy just to return to bot lane because that seems to be the side of the map that Samsung are focused on in the early game.
They're actually going to hold this mini wave as well. They want to have this shoved as far up as they possibly can. They know that they've got a heck of a lot of vision around this area, so may as well keep putting the pressure on to Ghost and Totoro. Not allow too many gank opportunities for Bless either. They do have a control ward up in that tri-brush just above the turret, but there doesn't seem to be too many avenues apart from the lane where Bless can actually get through without being seen.
Crown has gone for the super I'm a jerk Karma build by just building an extra null magic mantle into the inevitable Merc Treads. Could be a Banshee Veil as well.
But the ultra awful.
Are you going to be sad if he replaces his Liandry's only with Banshees only?
Yeah, absolutely. Which has been the trend as well.
There was that small nerf onto Banshees in this patch by increasing the gold and not giving it as much magic resist as the gold change, so slight less efficiency on the item, but still a very powerful item for laning phase.
Yep, was certainly discovered as much when everyone in the mid lane was building it. Crazy took a fair bit of damage there as Temp moves his way up towards the top side. Cuvée playing defensively given the fact that LeBlanc isn't in vision. Everything pretty understandable here from Samsung Galaxy. Good vision available from BBQ. Understand exactly what's going on as far as this blue buff is concerned, but does still mean that Samsung will be able to collect the man advantage, head forward, try and grab this. Okay, that is going to be Crazy using his ultimate.
I thought we were rolling, but denied.
Always denied. Never rolling, Papa Smithy.
First, OGN denied my rolling, and I said nothing. Then, I guess, Cuvée denied rolling.
Yep.
Said nothing still.
Well, there's the quickness. Totoro actually makes his way forward. Ambition taking a lot of damage. Good Devour comes out of Core JJ. Grey health keeps him alive for so long as Crown comes in.
Twitch!
The Mantra Inspire was there, and that gives Ruler the time to turn up. Does have the spray and praise doing a lot of damage. Good flash from Ghost means that it is a 1-for-0 going in favor of BBQ.
Cuvée had popped the ultimate, was looking for a teleport ward, didn't have one. BBQ pressured out of mid lane, but like you say, do exit with the only kill of the trade, so small advantage over there to BBQ. They won't be able to get any map control of it, certainly won't be picking up any objectives Actually been zoned from the turret for a bit as well, so they feel good getting on the board in terms of kills, but that's the limit of the advantages that BBQ can pick up.
Yeah, health disadvantage certainly there for BBQ as they limped away from the spraying and praying Twitch. Bless turns up, but he's also very low, and Ambition's here with full health to try and support his Twitch. Then heads over the wall and Focused Resolve goes off.
You're just showing off now with
I'm
your
gonna call
Karma
it,
skill names.
Yeah, but we went through this because they're so silly, and you probably shouldn't talk about them because they're honestly misleading a lot of the time. And I just went ahead and said all of them. Which ain't exactly great. Ghost taking a fair bit of damage here, but no joy to be found with this little skirmish in the jungle, and CoreJJ goes back to cook towards the bottom side of the map.
Well, wants to finish off this turret, which is falling low, but we'll find Gragas there for reinforcements. Speaking of reinforcements,
yeah, Crown's actually going to turn up, walks all the way in to try and help clear out this minion wave. Ruler just needs one auto attack on those back minions to clear that one up. Ambition as well will be able to help. The Twitch well and truly ahead by about 10 CS. Crown once again makes his way forward. Another quickness comes out. It looks like Ruler just deleted straight away. That is going to impair this Samsung dive completely. The bottom lane is now dead, and BBQ take advantage of an overly optimistic dive from Samsung.
Yeah, shot calling though, and pivot from Totoro to actually quickness out of the tether into just charming Ruler under turret meant that CoreJJ was out of position. He was trying to back up Crown while he was poking around the backside of the turret with the Devour, but was out of position to actually back up Ruler, who dies with his flash up, the heal not enough. Really good play from BBQ. And Samsung being just a bit over-eager, like you mentioned, Atlas, is bringing this game more into parity after it felt like there was that air of inevitability of Samsung just winning the mid-game and ending this one early.
Yeah, especially after that first blood going the way of Ambition, but he hasn't been able to translate it into anything else thus far. Still don't have Bless completing his Runic Echoes just yet, and that is a Hex Drinker on top of the Warrior plus Ninja Tabi done for Ambition. I have a feeling Bless is probably sitting on a bit of cash when he goes back next.
Here's that lane swap, 4 members top lane.
We also have a charge onto Cube.
5 members top lane.
Dominus is going to come in. Everyone's actually going to turn up in the end as Cube offers up his life. Okay. Crown now is in a lot of trouble. Bless is going to be the first one to fall, but can they get Crown? Looks like Crazy should be able to do so, but it's a double for Ambition.
2 for 2, but look at this on the other side of the map. They're trying to get an inner turret.
Yep, and that was first turret blood going over to Samsung as well. It means that that 2,000 gold lead is only going to be further augmented with this inner turret. Will be traded for that outer on the top side of the map for BBQ, but still feels like this bottom side of the map control for Samsung will be worth it.
Ends up being a 2 for 2, but an extra turret, Atlas, including the first brick going over to Ruler, so he'll have a fat stack of gold from that particular trade. Cuvée got the call to go back in because they were trading up in the bot lane, but just went far too aggressive. At some point, you are just walking up to 4 people, and even a Karma shield will not be enough. He knew that Ambition and Crown were backing him up, went slightly too far, but you can't really mess with the results, which were an overall 2 for 2, so not even a kill trade up by the side of BBQ. In that inner turret will mean a lot of Baron pressure, but the Rift Herald already falling very low and should be another objective for the side of BBQ.
Yep, second game in a row. BBQ are able to pick up that Rift Herald. Bless is going to grab it. See whether they actually decide to put that one down as well. Mid lane outer turret could be an opportunity, but bottom lane also there as well. But Bless will have to traverse the map before he decides on what he exactly wants to do.
Because Samsung hadn't invested any vision to the top side of the map, making all those players on the bot side, they weren't realistically able to walk up and contest the Rift Heralds. Never feels great to trade like they did.
Wow, Ardent Sensor actually almost completed here for Crown, who has those Merc trades that you were talking about before. Isn't going to be the Banshee's Veil as item number 1, but still very supportive in this build. And Ruler, he's picked up his Runan's Hurricane. This is going to be a very quick, epically buffed Twitch that Samsung will have access to. But if he's picked off with the quickness, with the explosive cast, with all of the options that BBQ have already shown they know how to use, could be a big problem for Samsung. You mentioned this is the first competitive game that Ruler's played on the Twitch. All the eggs into that basket as well for Samsung.
Still pretty optimistic to be hitting a Twitch with the engage BBQ has. They have a lot of it, and from certain flanks, that's Twitch is going to be hard. Okay,
yeah. Grand entrance from Totoro. He's still very tanky as Tempt lands the chains.
There'll be a re-engage here.
Yeah, Ambition could possibly jump through, but it's going to be the disengage from the explosive cast coming out from Blessed, and that's going to just spell a resolution to this fight. No one going to be falling down just yet. We'll see whether this tower is going to follow suit, whether something can be actually found. The evolved spikes from Ambition, bit of poke, but otherwise not too much more, and Samsung just... This 1-4 situation, like it was last game, continues.
Samsung able to walk up. They know a lot of those ultimates and initiations are down for the side of BBQ. Poke from Ambition's pretty massive, too.
And Grand Entrance actually not going to be able to find anything at all. Oh, God, Ghost! He's going to be taken down by Ruler, who wants more kills. Flashes! Totoro, one more auto attack, and Ruler has so much movement speed. Gets the distance, and that's going to be the double as the Gragas falls down. The tower's there as well. And I should never have doubted you, Ruler. I apologize completely. Ambition. Oh, Tempt. That was cute.
Does fox him, like you say, but in the mid lane, Ruler will keep pushing. He had become a pure siege turret, has no boots, just played the Ruin King and a Hurricane, but could flash in, turned onto the damage much higher than BBQ could have respected for this early in the game. Now the structure lead is starting to be the really big dividing factor between Samsung and BBQ.
Yeah, and that division is going to be about 4,000 gold's worth as well. Tempt does finally finish that Hextech Gunblade as well as a cute little Fiendish Codex there for some extra cooldown reduction, and 5 stacks on his Dark Seal is good news, but this certainly isn't as we have a look at this replay.
I mean, this is not as threatening as usual because Totoro had used the quickness again. Lots of ults. Chains of Corruption were down as well. And Ruler just uses Q, gets the reset for the movement speed. Can't quite take out Totoro on the back end, too slow.
Yeah.
Without boots, but finally has his Ninja Tabi. Picks up a Crypt Cloak. He knows what he wants next, Infinity Edge. And right now, like we say, very, very difficult for BBQ to actually get access to the Twitch.
Yeah, with that extra movement speed, he will be much safer, irrespective. And this Rift Herald is one of those ones that you don't get too excited about. Papa Smithy, it's just going to go down after one singular charge. And this top lane outer turret will follow suit as well. Cuvée once again winning out in this split push battle. It's a different story though in the Kled versus Renekton matchup. This is where Cuvée was able to turn the tides on his Kled, but it had a lot to do with the team being further ahead. BBQ's vision now just getting shut out. Samsung looking for this early Baron. 22 minutes into the game. They blast cone their way over. This is 4 versus 1. It's 5 versus 1. It's completely unfair. And Baron's outnumbered.
And when you have the Karma here for the shielding, the speed here is going to be super high. Totoro, you're not going to poke over with the Q. No one steals anything with that. Will be Baron over to Samsung. You need to respect that you can go for those early Barons. We've seen it so much recently, but with a fed Twitch and also Karma going for this supportive build. Trivial objective for Samsung to pick up, and now the lead. It's getting bigger and bigger. Almost out of touching distance is Samsung Galaxy.
Yep, it's feeling all too easy once again. BBQ had some better plays in the early game this time around, but still just feels like Samsung chugging their way towards the late game. And Papa Smithy, I want to take this opportunity for you to tell us about Japan. How was it?
That's a bit of a curveball there. Complete non sequitur this video game, but I take your point.
That's the kind of segue that I love.
I take your point. The OGN Legion knows this game is basically over, so we can talk about bookkeeping, like my trip to Japan. Japan was fun. You know, I'm very much of a different generation to most of our viewers, you know, being 30 years old, but I think we all grew up with Nintendo and Sony and wanting to visit Japan, and the video game heritage is speaking of heritage.
Well, Tempt is actually going to try and turn this one around. He lasts for a long time as Tempt has to flash. That is going to be Ghost throwing down the ultimate. This is BBQ trying to find their way back into this game. It's going to be one kill, but it's the most important one on the map. BBQ at least opened the door for some sort of aggression.
Clearly BBQ don't want to hear my Japan travel story.
Yeah.
I'll save that one for a different day. They try and force down this game. They want to stay in it. Getting a single pick on Ruler will delay things. And Samsung can just reset. There was no second pick. There was no third pick because of the gold lead and how tanky already that damn Tom Kench has become. And the BBQ will just back off.
Core JJ as well played that one out very, very nicely. activating the Grey Health got crowned to safety, but a lot of Summoner Spells were utilized. And good Summoner Spell timing on the side of BBQ as well. You can see that Ruler's Flash is just about to come back up again, so opportunistic. Sam's able to get there at the right time as Cuvee looking to take down Crazy. Scarl not going to come back up, and he gets out just a little bit too late.
And Cuvee's winning reverse matchups in Champion Summer. You know, again, this was not Cuvee in Spring, basically spamming Nautilus and Maokai. He's tried to learn the fighter matchups. He's mastered the Kled, and now people taking Kled into him look like imitators compared to Cuvee, who gets that solo kill as Samsung continue to rain pressure into the mid lane.
And speaking of Cuvee, this is the top lane inner turret that he prepared earlier. The rest of the team looking to get soul ability to transition up there. It's going to be free as you like, and they actually fake it out. They're looking for this inhibitor turret in the mid lane. Explosive Cast not going to find anything at all. Just going to try and delay as best as possible, but even that feels like a bridge too far here for BBQ.
Crazy respawns. Can potentially look for a teleport. Okay, he's going to try a charge play from the backline. Not spotted out by a ward yet.
It's one of those hyper-optimistic teleports. The charge does come in. CoreJJ is going to be the focus. Does make sense, given the power of Devour. But look at the flank from the Twitch. Flashes out of the way of the grand entrance, but he gets exhausted. He's going to be taken down very early on, but are Samsung Galaxy far enough ahead to just win this fight anyway? The slice and dice from Cuvee is going to say yes as he takes down Crazy. Flashes over. Totoro taking damage. There's the Dominus from Cuvee. Just walks up to the rest, and flashes have to be burnt across the board. Ambition's out of mana, but there are so many things in this base that they can take away. Cuvee gets another kill, knocked up by the grand entrance, but just does not care as CoreJJ delivers him to safety and towards this inhibitor as the base is torn apart by Samsung Galaxy. It should be 2 inhibitors at least with this 3-for-1 exchange.
And lots of aplomb there from Cuvee. Shoots the man down with a gun. Blade the Ruin King is the build in this particular game. No Tiamat item coming from Cuvee. A lot of people mixing up builds on patch 7.11 with the changes to Renekton. I think the Tiamat will be back on 7.12, but everyone's sitting on about 2,000 gold, and Twitch has probably bought some items. Just freshly shopped, so the lead is even bigger than we considered from the side of Samsung Galaxy. 10,000 gold, soon to be more items, and they used a lot of their initiation onto CoreJJ. Ruler turns in and goes for the solo queue. Twitch play doesn't work. He is taken down first. A good target selection from BBQ, but the rest of this fight is a result of just how damn far ahead Samsung Galaxy are.
Yeah, and Ruler did manage to take half the HP bars off everyone on the side of BBQ, and his whole team was completely healthy, so I respect the play completely. Ambition does have the auto attack damage for this inhibitor, but otherwise nothing more to offer, and Samsung Galaxy looks all too easy as they just march into the base and take exactly what they want. Been very greedy this series. It just feels like they can have everything without any real answer on the side of BBQ. At least this game, they're losing their Twitch a lot of these fights.
And look, Atlas, you can cast a lot of games from what's on the screen.
Oh, thanks.
That's a standard thing. You can cast a lot of games from the minimap, which sometimes that shows the action. I feel like this game can be cast from the items because they are insane on the side of Samsung. That's some items going on right there.
Yep, that's going to be red buff as well as the poison taking down Ghost at the end of the day. Didn't have the heal, didn't have anything available to him as Ruler's just going to sneak past and just wants to take down the Nexus turrets. Looks like Samsung Galaxy will march their way forward, 5 men strong. Cuvee just corralling everyone away from this. And it's just super academic. We said it last time around, Papa Smithy. We didn't even get to hear about your Japan trip as the Nexus is going to fall 28 minutes in for Samsung. They solidify top of the table in LCK Summer, and they do it in pretty commanding fashion this time around. And congratulations to the first time Twitch from Ruler.
Didn't look like first time. Sure, a bit optimistic with opening up in the second last fight of the game. Ruler played this one very smartly. Felt like the game was kind of decided when we had that moment where the red buff was stolen as all 3 lanes from Samsung had winning trades over their opponents. Game actually ended up being more and more the Samsung versus BBQ game we would have expected before the sideways steps from Samsung last week. Welcome return to form for them. Still trying to fight for that first spot by the end of the first round robin. After this 2-0, they will go ahead of SK Telecom by a 1-game score. They also have the head-to-head over SKT after beating them on the second day of the season. Whereas for BBQ, And now right down the bottom, 1-5 on the season, joining what is increasingly a very polarizing league where we have a lot of teams with 1 match loss, 2 match loss, and a lot of teams also with just 1 match win.
And I feel like it's now solidifying itself into 2 camps, like you said, Papa Smithy. It's still a lot of question marks as far as the very best teams towards the top of the table, given the strength of KT Rolster as well as SKT, who have come back extremely aggressively after their first loss against Samsung. And Samsung as well now solidifying top spot. Our 3 telecom teams looking very, very strong. However, you do have teams like Jin Air who looked good despite their loss against KT recently. And teams like Afreeca Freecs who are confusing at best.
But I think the divide point you make is probably the most salient.
Gaming as well.
I think the divide point, though, Atlas, is the most salient one because it feels like, once again, the top 3 are way ahead. The bottom 4 are significantly behind the middle of the pack. And then Longzhu, Jin Air, and Afreeca Freecs are kind of in the middle trying to work out what's going on. So there is still going to be a top 5 to be discussed. Getting the top 5 brings you into the chance of running the gauntlet and winning the LCK. But you just can't move past the fact that Samsung and BBQ are in those very polarizing groups, and it was reflected in the game we saw today.
Yeah, and it feels like 3rd to 6th is going to be where things are going to be super heated for that battle, because one of these teams that we mentioned has been playing a whole lot better this season is going to have to miss out on that playoff spot. I know it's very early to talk about it, but it's starting to look like they're going to feel like it's a gimme or a bit of a difficult situation if they're denied that opportunity.
And I think it's not that early to talk about it because already being glass half full when you're 1-5 is starting to get a bit optimistic, right? Because we're almost at the end of the first round, Rob. You know, very few teams can turn around 1-6, 1-7, 1-8. You know, most of these teams at the bottom are going to be maybe 2-match wins going into the second round robin. Only the Afreeca Freecs have been able to really ascend from 3-match wins into the playoffs. So it's very, very difficult already for these teams. You got to put up or shut up this week, it feels like. If MVP can beat Afreeca, maybe hope still exists for them to distance themselves from this bottom of the pack. But the top is cementing. Only single-match losses for Samsung, SKT, and KT. This time around, Ruler did a lot more damage, but still was only 3rd on his team.
Jungler top damage here on the side of Samsung as well. Ambition looking so strong and playing Lee Sin Kha'Zix and assisting or claiming first blood in both games as well. This is the early game power and strength that we wanted out of Samsung and not necessarily what we were expecting from Ambition, but Cube is going to be able to grab the MVP on his Renekton. He was a dominant force on the top side of the map. But honestly, the whole team played pretty damn well.
And it's a good thing that we get a chance to talk to him because he did win the reverse matchup as well. Game 1, Kled into Renekton. Game 2, Renekton into Kled. And teams will draw a lot of respect for that. He joins BDD, an outright first on the regular season MVP. This man on a team that finished the regular season in spring in 2nd place did not win a single MVP. He already has 5 in summer, and he's reborn after struggling a lot in spring season.
Yeah, and it's what you were talking about before as well, Papa Smithy. It's the fact that he is not a liability up towards the top side. We saw in that semi-final in spring that it was the aggression onto Cube that allowed KT to get to the grand final. Doesn't look like it's going to be a possibility this time around, despite the fact that they did lose to KT once again. It wasn't through Cube though. He has certainly become a different player this season. We'll see whether he's only going to continue to get better as things go forward. Honorable mention to Ruler. Despite dying in this fight, he did a hell of a lot of damage.
You're right. He was a bit of that artillery that he needed to be. Cube has started to work in a lot of these melee Triforce users, melee bruisers, Kled, J4, and the some of the options. The Camille probably joins it there as well. Those really feel in the wheelhouse for Camille, and it's going to be important for him moving forward as this was the damage we're talking about. That's when I looked at the items and saw Infinity Edge by the Ruin King. Hurricane, Death Cap for the Karma. That was where, as I said, you could cast the game from the items because you don't lose those fights, Atlas.
Nope.
Too much power on the side of Samsung, both in terms of macro play, micro play, the items in Game 2. Comfortable victory over BBQ for Samsung Galaxy.
Yep, and a lot of it to do with that man on your screen. So, well-deserved MVP for Cube. As it is going to be the MVP interview, so we're going to throw it over to Joel for some translation.
Interview translations. We are here with Samsung, who picked up a 2-0 victory against BBQ Oliver, and we are here with the MVPs for today's games, Ambition and QV for the interview. Ambition, you guys got a win, and your team is now back on the first place. How does it feel? Yeah, I feel like we just returned to where we were supposed to be in the first place, and it feels great to get the win today. And QV, you're on the top of the MVP charts right now, getting 5 MVPs already. No, I feel like the MVP rankings aren't so important, but it's just all about our team getting the wins, and getting a good record is the most important thing for me. And against Everett winners in the last matchup, you guys got the 2-0 victory, but it wasn't a satisfactory one, according to your head coach. Yeah, even while we were playing the game, we realized that our plays weren't very satisfactory, and I felt like there were so many things to improve on, and I felt like we were just kind of looking for today to make improvements on those points. How was the environment after the team dinner after that game? Of course, we're eating dinner together just to celebrate the win itself, but in itself, it was okay. I want to return back to the game. And that first gank by the Lee Sin was something that the opposition had no idea what to expect, because it was a very unusual routing, unusual pathing from your side. Well, from evidently, our bot lane had Braum, which was gonna keep the bot lane relatively safe in the first few minutes, and I thought that I needed to invest my time on the other lanes, but I tried to be in a situation where my opposition wouldn't be able to counter my ganks, and I tried to go as unpredictable as I could. That's the reason I made the gank as I did. We do have a video highlight of that gank that he's talking about. So they had no idea right here that you guys want to come in for that gank on bot lane. Also the flank here. I'm sure QV felt really good about how Ambition played throughout. Yeah, it feels great when he plays like that. And we saw that, Ambition, when the Rek'Sai was passing right by you, and you had the really easy shock, the Q's go on him, but you missed it right away. Yeah, no, I thought he was coming towards me, so I shot the Q in, but so I got it in. And with the recent form of QV, you get the super plays at times, but at the same time you get these plays that you really wouldn't prefer sometimes. And it seems like you sometimes overcommit to things and you die in the result of it. Yeah, I feel like, as a man, you have to go in when the opportunity presents itself to you, and you just have to go in with all the confidence in the world. And the first game and second game with the top laners, you guys switched out the champions for both games. Yeah, I felt like, I had a better understanding of Kled, that I could, face off against it as well as I can do it. There's a power spike timing with the Kled that I know that I'm sure the other players are not completely aware of right now. So that's gonna thing that just the intelligence that I use to take advantage of that. You went with Lee Sin and Kha'Zix for this series, but what's the difference between using the two champions? Kha'Zix is a champion that I'm really confident with. I have a lot of expertise on, so I don't make mistakes with it. But Lee Sin is a relatively unfamiliar champion compared to Kha'Zix, so I feel like, with Kha'Zix when I do play, I feel like I have a higher expectation for myself that I'm gonna have a better result.
Ambition was a famous
So like when I do the forward flashes or whatever, I know that with Kha'Zix I can make those plays happen.
그게 좀 신경이 안 쓸 수가 없구나.
So those are the things that I want to improve with my Lee Sin plays, hopefully.
활짝 웃는 게뭐 앰비션 리신에 대해서 코멘트할 게 있나요?
Anything you like to comment on to Ambition regarding those comments? He can just do whatever he wants. I don't care. He just, as long as we win the game, it all doesn't matter.
선수가 요즘에 보면 특히 오늘 경기에서 아주 적극적으로 상대 카정을 들어가는 모습이 있었거든요. 특히 두 번째
And it seems like you were really being aggressive with the counter jungling, especially with the Kazakhs in game 2. And I'm sure you guys communicate with your teammates in making those plays. Yeah, I felt like it was the champion itself that allowed me to counter jungle more aggressively with the Kazakhs. That had, when I took the advantage early, that I could make the continuous counter jungling to get the other jungler further behind. So those are the situations where I took advantage of my advantages that I had. We have a super play video by Cuvee. We have to show it right here. And this is where Cuvee somehow got the solo kill there. Yeah, Kled with the passive that it has with the Scarl, that once it loses that passive, it really becomes no use after that.
방금 했는데 그냥 넘어가더라고요. 한번 해주세요. 짜왕이 모랑을 간다. 그래서 느낌이 왔잖아요.
Is there a reason for that specific play that you did on that on that occasion? I'm sure Cuvee is not really finding the answer to that question, but we do have a birthday man in your team. You want to say anything to him? Talking about Core JJ here. Would you like to say something to him?
당연히 와이프를 선택하는데.
But my wife has a birthday tomorrow as well, so I would like to choose my wife over Core JJ and telling her happy birthday. So obviously, Ambition's very soft for his wife, with his wife beating over Core JJ on the birthday celebrations. Would you like to say one last word to your fans? And I feel like our, despite our results, our gameplay hasn't been satisfactory so far, so we want to improve on that so we can improve our gameplays itself. So that seems to be the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel, and I very much appreciate Ambition setting up that interview for extra wife points. That is incredible.
Need those brownie points sometimes, Atlas.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe he had a late night practicing last night, got home late, got in trouble, food was cold.
Yep.
Needs to get some brownie points back. Here he went.
As a gamer with a wife, I could imagine that you're going to need as many wife points as possible. Wife points more important than life points, Pop Smithy. That's how that one works.
What? Best thing about Ambition is he's starting the games. Even his team has points, Atlas. They're top of the table, look.
Oh, yeah? Oh, that segue was utterly phenomenal, Pop Smithy. You're exactly right. Samsung gonna retain that top spot, and BBQ Oliver's gonna take control of that bottom position as well. They're trying to get as far away from each other as possible. Samsung, obviously on a diet, need to stay away from the barbecue chicken. They are gonna do so as effectively as you possibly can in those standings.
And even though BBQ are currently bottom of the table, if MVP are to lose here, they will actually overtake, which is not the type of overtaking you're looking for.
The battle for the bottom of the table.
The battle for the drop is certainly there. Afreeca Freecs come in heavy favorites, but Afreeca Freecs still have not had a series go less than 3 games. They're probably going to lose a game to MVP, Atlas.
Yeah, I have a feeling they will. I also have a feeling that it probably won't be game 1 because they're pretty good at game 1. They tend to win those. However, the rest of it is just a complete gamble. But it is going to be in quite some time, ladies and gentlemen, because our first series was so incredibly quick, and we are going to be back on for our second series at about 7:50. Pick and Ban will go live at 8, but we'll be back on your screen at 7:50. So go do whatever you want, do whatever makes you feel happy. We'll see you back here at about then.
Like diamonds glowing on young
Coming up next, Afreeca Freecs. MVP. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we Well done, my son. It's the way to save you all. But don't you think the realm's been purified? Creatures of darkness are still longing for your fall. Keep them in thrall. It's time to smite and ignite. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. Yeah, my son, smite them all. Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah. 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Yeah, I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Yeah! Call down the ignite them all, and the barriers will crumble under all of my force. Will fall. Let's make them crawl. And when we finally meet the king, there will be no ghost for him. We shall end it all. Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like, as the world cries tears in our hands. Are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's like.
Today's matchup. Afreeca Freecs. MVP. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome back, OGN Legion. I'm glad to see that you are still awake. I'm still Papa Smithy. I'm not Papa Smithy. I'm Atlas. This is Papa Smithy. I just really want to be you that badly. I decided to introduce
You had
myself
an
as
hour
you.
and a half to script an intro.
I obviously had an
And
hour
that-
and a half for my brain to fall asleep, Papa Smithy. That's how it worked. But how are you feeling?
I'm
After
Atlas. I'm really well. I say lots of silly things. Sometimes I yell.
That's good.
That's me.
All right. Well, you've got my brand nailed. I just need to now
How about
get
we just go with
smart.
this? I'll be Atlas till we get to the actual pick and ban.
But you see, that's a big
I'm hosting
problem
the
because it's
this-
easy for you just to be stupid.
It's my
whereas I
time.
have to get
It's my
smarter.
time to talk.
Ah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're here. I'm hosting this broadcast as Atlas, ready to go. I'm going to try and say things correctly. We're here with an interesting one. It's Afreeca Freecs versus MVP. Papa Smithy, what should we expect?
Well, we should expect the inconsistent, Atlas, because Afreeca Freecs are literally the definition of that. MVP are a team that went from 4th to basically dead last. They are vying for last position with a loss here today. BBQ Olivers and Everate are certainly holding it down as best they possibly can, but MVP certainly have a shot. And Afreeca Freecs are 9-9 as far as map score, Papa Smith. Atlas. So,
All right, we'll turn back. You did a good
Inconsistency
job.
is
You did a good job.
a big deal for this team.
We'll leave it there. The role
Yeah.
reversal is crazy. Too much craziness.
I was ready to go. I was ready to put my Pop Smithy hat on.
What does it look like? What sort of hat is it?
I don't know. I'd have to darken my hair a little bit.
That's true.
And I'd have to go down as well, I could imagine.
Your sense of humor would have to be a little bit less rosy as well, I guess. But it is 6 feet 10th, or at least potentially 10th in this match. BBQ Olivers are rooted at the bottom of the table, but MVP will overtake them for last. That's right. This is the language we have to lose.
Yep.
You lose. You use. Words are hard. I agree.
Apparently. It's a really tough day today, Papa Smithy. But we're going to start by having a look at Afreeca Freecs, the team that probably should be able to pick up a win today, but who knows? Because they're very good at game number 1, but from that point on, who the heck knows what's going to happen?
And Afreeca Freecs are setting up for the perfect season, Atlas. They want to play 54 games in a season. 18 times 3 is 54, the maximum possible games in the regular season. And so far, flawless execution on playing 3 games every series.
And look, they've been managing to mix things up as well. They've had some exciting team compositions. We saw the Malzahar in the mid lane for the first time from Kuro. That was really cool. Of course, Malzahar seeing a few changes here on this patch, so no longer the support to be feared on the bottom side of the map. And now his mid lane prowess has been elevated slightly.
And interestingly, he played it into Galio, and it seemed to be a pretty solid matchup. So maybe Kuro is keeping that one together to potentially leave open Galio and some drafts. Afreeca Freecs were perhaps the most liberal when leaving it open. Galio, Jarvan, Zac, all sorts of things in their series this last week. But since we cast them, they did have that great series against SKT where they gave SKT a run for their money. So they should be big favorites against an MVP team that has hit double digits Atlas. They are 0-10 in their last 10 games. They're desperately looking for a win, and it seems like every time we're like, is this the time? Has their schedule gotten easier enough? And it feels like Afreeca Freecs is probably their most beatable opposition since ever 8 winners 8 games ago.
Yeah, well, it was actually Jin Air Green Wings that they were able to achieve their first victory on. From there, they have been the team most consistent here in the LCK Papa Smithy. 0-2 for their last 5 matches in a row. It's just 10-game losing streak is certainly not something that you want to be celebrating. An MVP looking to try and get a win on the board. Probably go for game 2 here against Afreeca.
A streak has to break. Will it be the 3-game streak of Afreeca Freecs, or will it be the consecutive game losing streak of MVP? One of them will have to break in this series. We saw 3 times. In fact, I believe there was actually 4 meetings between these teams. We're not even including the tiebreaker match that had to be played between MVP and Afreeca for 5th and 4th. Afreeca lost the first one, won the second, won the tiebreaker, and then went down 2-0 in the wildcard where ADD debuted top lane Jarvan in that particular series. That was back when things were rolling for MVP. Their pick comps were working. Jarvan actually fit very cleanly there, but the only roll has been straight downhill. A sheer cliff they have dropped off. Not a single game win since they beat Jin Air 2-1.
Yeah, most certainly not rolling. It is free-falling here for MVP, and they have to land at some point. Is it going to be Afreeca Freecs is going to trip them up? Well,
it's just shocking.
We'll see. And I say trip them up as in MVP is going to win a game, and that is tripping.
It's just shocking how one-sided games have looked. MVP have struggled in macro, micro, champion pools. Everything has fallen apart for MVP this season. They have to show signs of life. They have Rift Rivals in 2 weeks, and yet are desperate for just a single game win to raise their hopes. They were always better than the sum of their parts, but you feel like you can't say that anymore. The parts are letting them down. As a collective of 5, they're not complementing each other. You can't even say they have good synergy between their laners and jungle. A lot of struggles on the side of MVP, as there is a highlight of the pick you mentioned, Atlas, the Malzahar. Played it in game 1 versus Faker's Galio. They played front to back. They killed whichever tank was in the front line. Often it was the Galio, and it worked to great success in that match and historically for Kuro.
We'll see whether he's going to be able to bust it out today. Of course, talking about series against SKT, MVP actually looked the best that they have so far this season against, you know, the top dogs here in the league. They played basically the same composition every single game, which was just 2 of them, but couldn't manage to capitalize on advantages that they were able to get. And that seems to be the story here with MVP. It's like they make a good play, but the follow-up is just never there.
You just look at Ian, you know, he had Syndra, Orianna, Corki all firing in spring. No wins on Orianna, 0-5. The karma has worked, but the staples are not there. The Syndra is frequently banned. All these players had champions that were their signatures, you know, they were the picks that they would get. They were first pick very often, something like a Syndra or a Sion, and try and get power in each lane, and the comfort worked every time for MVP. This season, the comfort hasn't worked, the new picks haven't worked, and Kuro's smiling, Afreeca Freecs should be smiling. Game 1 on the blue side, heavy favorites, but you know what? I think we're going to see a turn in this series somewhere, Atlas.
Yeah.
Something's got to give.
You can expect the unexpected whenever Afreeca Freecs hit the Rift. Maybe they'll just decide to lose 0-2. Just because it's Afreeca Freecs. And who knows? Anything could happen. The thing that I really want to see from MVP, though, is for Max to really step it up, because he was the linchpin for this team in spring. He was able to make creative drafts for this squad. He has played 5 unique champions over the last 5 games that we've seen him, but it hasn't been things like the Sion support that are just somehow switched towards the support role, and it opens up extra avenues for the rest of the composition. Haven't really seen it out of him, and the Zillion was left a little bit wanting earlier on as well. His Bard, which he's been jumping onto whenever he can by the looks of things, hasn't necessarily been working either, so see what MVP are going to be able to put together. Afreeca Freecs going to ban away the Syndra first up, but red side have a feeling we are going to be pretty set on what the bans should be.
And you were talking about those flexes for specifically Max, who would often flex top laners, mid laners, all manner of champions into support. Often that was to get winning lane matchups in other areas and allow for extra counter picks that teams couldn't respect because they were being very creative about their support choices. It feels like that's gone because even picking for lane hasn't worked for either ADD or Ian. We're still looking for a champion to really jump forward and be a must ban against MVP other than the Syndra that is going to be the staple that we ban every time. And now, with 4 champions banned and none of them junglers, we'll see what has to happen. As Afreeca probably have to ban Zac on blue side, unless they've been scrimming really hard because they have passed over Zac multiple times this season already.
Yeah, I have a feeling like being forced into the Zac pick could almost work for MVP, but it's going to be the Elise ban. I
they
find
play
that
it, Atlas?
very curious. It's like Afreeca are baiting MVP into expecting Spirit to give that one up. Interesting. Zac is just going to be banned away. They don't want to deal with that game of cat and mouse, so Spirit can grab the Lee Sin if he wants to, but Caitlyn is available. Thresh is there as well for Tucson if they want it, and Marin's Fiora is going to be available as well.
It's one he's played quite frequently this season, has been banned against him a couple of times, but they don't have a good win rate on him. I don't feel like Afreeca Freecs are strongest when Marin is jumping on the Fioras. Now both sides have flashed the Duelist in the top lane, and they just will go for what is a staple first pick this particular season, which of course is that Caitlyn for lane dominance.
Yeah. Of course, Kramer has been mixing it up recently. Deep in his match history, he does have quite a few Caitlyn games, but it's been the Xayah, it's been the Kalista as well, since those champions have made their way into and back into the meta.
You'll be happy
Kramer's
to know
been
that
jumping there.
Spirit has been jumping on the Zac in solo queue. He's 0-3 in the last week, so...
Oh, elastically slingshotting his way into solo queue, you might say.
I mean, slingshotting MVP into having to ban it against him, which
Yeah.
they probably don't want to do. Didn't take the first pick Lee Sin on the side of Afreeca, even though Spirit has been performing on that pick. MVP play around with drafting it, but we'll just go for the very solid bot lane of Varus and Tahm Kench. So happy to leave open the Lee Sin for Spirit if he wants it. Both sides have been flashing picks, so a lot of mind games already in this draft.
Does leave sort of Gragas as that next tier of jungler, and we'll see whether Marin is going to opt into it. His Gragas actually looks fantastic, going for solo kills quite often. Grabs himself at least flashes towards the top side of the map, so we might see him pick that one away from Beyond and attack that champion pool in the jungle.
Renekton and Gragas are probably the big top laners that are available for the side of Marin in particular. Renekton has been a big pick so far this week, so wouldn't be surprising to see Afreeca take it even as early as now, but they're going to stick with the Gragas potentially because it's quite strong against Tahm Kench in particular. You can just launch the Tahm Kench in your team and remove some of the Devour options that are there with most CC initiation.
Does force Beyond to pick something like a Kha'Zix or back to that 0% win rate Rek'Sai.
It's been a hot pick this week, you have to mention, so we'll wait
Yeah.
to the last second. It won't be selected, but we have seen quite a lot of Rek'Sai, even on 7-11, before some of the tweaks and buffs come through in future patches. But Beyond will just jump on a much more standard Kha'Zix.
Yeah, it was, of course, the last jungler that he played. They're up against Longzhu.
Support and mid lane are what Afreeca needs to draft in this next round. So we'll see what MVP wants to attack. And for now, it's actually going to be Tucson's champion pool, interestingly. Braum's been a big pick for him, so given how much of a contested pick that is and how comfortable it is drafting it into Tahm Kench, it's one to consider.
What I want to see MVP do is pick Sion here and then give it to Max and make ADD play Tahm Kench on the top side of the map. That would be the MVP that we know and love, you know, the MVP that was winning games.
Yeah, if this was spring season, they'd do that and win. But
Yeah.
I shudder to think what it looks like if they do that this season, given their ill fortunes, Atlas.
You don't need to shudder. I mean, you can just watch the VODs, Papa Smithy.
But the sad thing is it wasn't them being crazy that got them to lose games. They're playing standard and losing. So
Yeah.
it hasn't necessarily been the fireworks that really greeted the matches from Afreeca Freecs in the spring season. Talia has been one of the comfortable blind picks for the side of Afreeca Freecs, so it probably will be the top lane now if they're going to ban Talia in that spot.
Well, Karma is going to be the final ban as Ian. The only 2 games that MVP have won are him on Karma, so Afreeca Freecs can be like, well, the rest of his picks is 0% win rate. We've got this. It's impossible to lose now.
Uncharted territory for the sample size, at least.
My favorite time, Pop Smithy.
Victor time?
No. Small sample size time.
Ah.
Yeah. Victor time, not so fun. That is called wave clear.
Has worked for other mid laners who have been defaulting to the Victor, but it does leave open a lot of options for Kuro. One of his old favorites, the Cassiopeia, is going to take the duelist approach to mid lane. Definitely can be wave cleared on if you just allow it to be a free lane for the Victor, but also have that solo kill pressure in the early game. And like I mentioned, Tucson has been defaulting to Braum, so will be the very standard draft. Caitlyn Braum, very strong duo lane.
Extraordinarily standard draft out of the Afreeca Freecs, but makes a whole lot of sense. You mentioned the Braum into the Tahm Kench. Just has been what has raised his popularity.
Will ADD jump on the Sejuani that we haven't seen since the first week? Gained a lot of value. Jarvan is actually go with Camille finally. We've seen a little bit of Camille. SKT have been a team messing around with Camille top lane. They lock it in, so wanting to split push on the Gragas and potentially acquire a lot of TP pressure. Not an easy matchup early for the Camille at all. A lot of interrupts to the hook shot coming through on the side of Gragas. It can just ult Camille out of the Hextech ultimatum. So bit of a gambit to go for the Camille in this particular spot, given that Gragas was always one of the best at dealing with this particular champion.
Not to mention Gragas plus Lee Sin as well. I mean, this Camille could find herself on the other side of the lane in an instant after a Dragon Rage and an explosive cask. We've seen Spirit and Marin work incredibly well together in the past. Could be a dangerous situation for ADD, but he's thrown the gauntlet, and if ever you're going to make a risky decision, it is when you've lost, what, 5 matches in a row, when you're on a 10-game losing streak. You got nothing to lose, MVP. You need to start trying to make yourself look good heading towards Rift Rivals, and bloody well better start now.
Difficult ask on the blue side against the Afreeca Freecs, but MVP, you're completely right, Atlas. Good draft from them, but actually turning it into a coherent mid-game, getting through a series would be a big step forward for MVP, and they need to start now.
Well, we'll see whether they can make it work. The split push has not necessarily been that successful recently, but if MVP want to turn it around, they have to turn it around with whatever they got, and we'll see whether they can. Damn, there are some passionate MVP fans in the audience, Papa Smithy. Excited to see whether their energy is actually going to find the players here, because they need it so, so much. Already Spirit wandering over a ward. But nothing to be really gained early on, as we're just going to scope each other out.
Fans definitely looking for proof of life from MVP.
Oh, yeah.
Been absent for the past 10 games in a row. That's a very nice Marin drawing.
That's a very pretty Marin.
But the MVP fans here too. A bit bashful. You know, they can't be too boastful after 10 losses in a row. But
that's true.
Still
I mean,
here.
everyone decides to hide their faces, but you can understand the MVP fans a little bit more than others.
Not a hype train you want to jump on right now.
No, that is a fiery hype train, Papa Smithy. That one is careening off the cliff.
Late ward coming through from ADD means they have information on the pathing of Spirit. No, he's starting bot lane. So there's a bit of information that's been garnered.
Well, Marin spotted by that ward before it died. We're not going to go too aggressive, as it is going to be a blue side start here for MVP. ADD just pops down and checks to see whether that red buff has been taken, but late ward placed that red buff pit to try and give Afreeca Freecs as much information as possible. Kuro being frustrating on the Snake Lady against Ian, who has absolutely no wave clear just yet. Level 1 has taken Q first, so transfer power not really going to be helping him out so much.
The wards on both big buffs mean that both teams have a pretty good idea of jungle pathing. It's going to be interesting to see what develops. So a lot of invades in our first series of the day as Ambition really shutting down Bless and the BBQ Olivers in the early game. But for now, at least, it's just been 2 big camp clears for both junglers.
Yep. Bit of dominance here in the mid lane from Kuro, which is understandable at level 1. Ian should be able to pick up most of this farm underneath his turret, but we always talk about pushing lanes. Successfully done so at the beginning here for Afreeca Freecs. At least in the mid lane and towards the top side of the map as well.
Top side's going to be an easy pushing lane win. The side of Afreeca. Pre-1 item. Cassiopeia will do very, very well in mid lane, but we all know about that Hex Core upgrade from the Victor, and bot lane should be pretty damn comfortable as well. Afreeca do have a lot of latitude to push in and potentially have Spirit contest the enemy jungle. Spirit doing well on the Lee Sin this season, 3-1, so even though we don't really think of him as a top-tier Lee Sin for our league in 2017, has been performing well so far in summer season.
Well, Beyond's looking for a gank. Hookshot not going to find Marin. ADD sheepishly walks back towards his turret. Nothing's going to be gained. Spirit wanders through, says hi, and will continue on his path.
And when he sees the jungle on the top side, he knows there's no camps to be able to contest in the red side jungle, so just saving time, going for that power farm onto his Raptors. Is forced to go through all his corrupting potion charges. So nice accuracy from Ian. That's actually curbed some of the lane pressure that Kuro had in the mid lane.
Yeah, handy. Spirit just clearing things out. So all's quiet. Summoner's Rift at the moment. So push back here from Maha and Max on the bottom side of the map means that at least that wave equalized for a moment. But once again, Afreeca Freecs push it forward. VP probably happy to farm underneath the turret as best they can, and they do manage to win at least the trade. But it's more PvE for the old Caitlyn.
Very interesting draft to evaluate in terms of who wins as the game goes on.
Yeah.
Definitely first instinct is that Camille will at least have the win of the Swift Push War, even if Gragas can answer her, and there's not much kill pressure onto Gragas coming through from the Camille. Once he starts to get some tank items together. Victor a bit more reliable in team fights, but so would Caitlyn be as well. So it's very hard to evaluate what late game team fights go. My first instinct is to be a slight advantage to the side of Afreeca, but definitely not a massive one. So early game, right, as you say, everyone is kind of testing each other out. That means we don't have really any read on where this game will go. After all the craziness of Series 1, I'm open-minded to a lot of different opportunities.
Like being able to tell people about your trip to Japan, possibly, Papa Smithy?
Maybe.
Ho, ho, ho.
So far, that's incited action across the Rift, so we have to
Yeah, it seems like
bide our time.
everyone's excited about hearing about it, even the players.
Well, they really don't want to hear it.
Yeah, something like that. Or they want to hear about it, but they want to be the first ones after the game. So they're like, well, we're not going to let you talk about it on broadcast because it's so exciting. You need to be the first. But Spirit will back away. We do just have normalcy once again.
I mean, Japan was cool. Was a sort of place where I built it up a lot because I was, again, one of those kids who went to the arcades a lot. I'm old, so arcades were still around when I was young. I know, I get that most of the generations listening to us probably came in around Xbox 360 days and thus didn't need to go to arcades to get sick graphics and multiplayer. But
are you saying that Super Nintendo wasn't sick graphics? 'Cause that was enough for me, Papa Smithy.
Sure, but I was at the arcade playing, you know, Street Fighter Alpha 3 and stuff like that.
Man.
Super Nintendo was a bit wanting in that particular area. But, you know, from the video game side of things, I went to Akihabara, I saw the vintage games in the arcades. I saw Japanese businessmen smoking in arcades, playing Street Fighter. I got the full experience.
That's the dream.
It's strange how that is, but yes, it was a dream. It was definitely quintessentially Japan. You will not mistake Tokyo for any other city.
So you managed to find some good ramen then?
Oh. So I had this weird realization where there may be too much ramen in Japan. Because I don't know about you, but when I go to a new place, I get the lay of the land, and I look for the things I really enjoy, which honestly are arcades and ramen. Like,
yeah.
Both of those are fantastic, and they're everywhere.
So maybe the idea is to move to Japan
My cup
and be happy forever.
My cup was runneth over, that's for sure.
All right, well, now know what to get you for your birthday.
Japan?
Yeah, I'll get you Japan.
OGN's paying you really well. Maybe I should renegotiate.
Yeah, I think you need to. You can't afford Japan? What's happening, Papa Smithy? Much more experienced than I am.
The food part, you know, the food was great, for sure. It was only 36 hours, though, so need another trip to start hitting some of the cultural locations and stuff. This was definitely the video game pilgrimage this time around.
Well, I haven't been yet, Papa Smithy, so I'm looking to jump in on the next round. Hopefully we can go for more than 36 hours. That sounds like a win.
Yeah, there's big gaps in this League of Legends calendar. Just jump in there when we have time off in December. November? November sounds like a month.
Yeah.
Memory last year was what, IEM in November and nothing else? And with no IEMs this
All-Star,
year?
man.
That was December.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, what
First week
about
of December.
IWC All-Star?
That's true.
Yeah. Come on, man. Well, it's not IWC anymore, of course.
I don't even know. I mean, has anything been...
The other All-Star?
I don't think anything's even been announced about All-Star this year, so I don't know if it's going to be separate events or 2-week All-Star. I literally have no idea.
We could wildly speculate while nothing happens in this game.
And then everyone be like, well, they must know. And like, no, we don't get told
actually
anything.
just know nothing. Yeah.
I think Riftfire was on in 2 weeks, maybe?
Yeah. Ignorance is bliss, Papa Smithy. I just want to be surprised by the esports. That's how I do it. Beyond continuing to farm things up. About 10 creeps ahead of Spirit, but, I mean, who knows? Could be just all Krogs. Kuro and Ian still smacking on one another. The blue buffs successfully given over to mid laners, and when you're talking about the fact that a blue buff has gone to a mid laner, you know there is absolutely nothing happening. MVP also have more wards on the map than Afreeca do right now, Papa Smithy. I think I've exhausted almost everything that there is of interest to talk about. Max is in the river, and he's a catfish, which makes a lot of sense. So at least everything's fine and good. And now Spirit is going to try and make something exciting, and ADD is going to walk right into it. Nice dodge of the cask with the ultimatum. He's not going to be able to get anything done. And Marin, why does he just love taking turret shots, Papa Smithy?
You know, that was a very long monologue that does symbolize the fact that not much is happening in this game. He's sticking around top, but Kha'Zix intelligently has pathed the top side as well. We've seen this go wrong many times already today.
And even worse by Afreeca recently. The body slam is going to mean that he at least takes another turret shot. His favorite thing. Kuro's going to make his way up, join the party.
Spotted an award, though. Ghost already popped by Ian, so potential preview of a 3v3 information advantage for MVP.
Yeah, massive is Spirit. He's going to flash. He's going to do everything to get out. Oh, fantastic kick. And the Chaos Storm can't catch up. Oh, the flash. The auto attack isn't going to be enough. No, it's not. Oh, there it is. The death ray from Ian. And first blood goes to MVP.
Somehow MVP had the better vision in their red side and also the advanced vision we noted earlier. Sitting in a ward with Spirit, it took everything from MVP to secure the kill, but finally, first flare point of the game, 10 minutes in. Spirit trying to play around top side, but being so obvious in their setups were Afreeca Freecs well punished by MVP. They invested a lot, Ian ghosted early to try to be there, and he was the difference. Both summoners, but they pick up first blood on the victor.
Yeah, fantastic play from MVP, and you mentioned the vision, and I feel like that was what did almost all of it. Kuro. Oh, some Twin Fangs. Transfer power not going to be enough to save Ian. Losing, what, a third of his health. One small combo from Kuro, so dangerous stuff for the Victor. But should be able to just wave clear. Got a couple of upgrades on that Hex Core already. So a bit of extra movement speed on that Q and that double tap on the old Death Ray to clear out all of these minions pretty quickly.
Pretty greedy choice, going for second Hex Core upgrade instead of going for something like an All-Magic Mantle into, at some point, a Banshee Veil or Merc Treads. There is 2 magic damage threats on the side of Afreeca if you include Gragas, so
yeah.
Going for the Q basically says that he's going to get his dancing shoes on and do some side steps, but definitely an opportunity for Kuro to potentially pick up a solo kill if things really line up for the Cassiopeia.
And you can see that still Kuro is in full control of that lane. About 20 CS in the lead, 18 if you want to go into semantics.
He's in control, and then Camille is definitely offering control to Marin. It's one thing about getting pushed in and losing the early trades before your items are there, and there's another where you go Cull and the Sapphire Crystal on the way to a Sheen. So a lot of the gold there is for delayed power. Right now, pretty low power on the side of Camille, so she has to cede lane control. She's just losing trades straight up.
Oh, wow. Did not know that that was how that interaction worked. So hookshot
Marin's
can't be broken.
thinking about this. He really wants to all in.
Well, there's the ultimatum. Gets the body slam onto ADD. Oh, Oh, dangerous. And he's so tanky. This is why Marin needs to play tanks on the top side of the map, because he loves taking turret shots so much in the early game. He needs as much tankiness as possible. Glacial Shroud is there, Ninja Tabi as well, and that triple Doran stack. He's a very happy fat man underneath this turret and gets himself teleport as well. So teleport advantage for Afreeca Freecs. MVP have to be careful where they make moves around the map.
Especially when a champion like Gragas with flash up can cause so much disruption. The moment that the cask is back up, and he will have to be very vigilant. He's also almost lost his turret straight up as well, and his trades are only going one way, and that's towards the side of Marin. So a lot of headaches for MVP to navigate around. Yon may have got kill involvement earlier, but he's been in pure farm mode otherwise.
We have to say goodbye to this build as well, Papa Smithy, with the uniqueness of a lot of the Doran's Ring coming up. I'm a little bit sad personally. I like the fact that people like it and they put 3 rings on it, you know?
I like the reference.
Beyonce would be proud.
Probably going to change a lot, honestly. People probably don't appreciate the fact that, you know, double Doran's been standing on mid laners for a very long time.
Yeah.
Well, that extra, 60 to 80 HP from going for things like Doran's Ring have made you tankier, and it feels like your options against specifically assassins are going down, where stacking 3 Doran's Rings, the budget rod of ages as we've called it for a long time, meant that you had health in tricky matchups. You didn't have to go fully into lane countering items like the Seeker's Arm Guard or No Magic Mantles and Negatron Cloak. With Negatron Cloak, not something you buy anymore. With triple Doran's gone, I feel like Assassin's going to get a lot stronger in future patches because there's less easy to buy items that let you get through early laning phases. And level 6 for a Zed suddenly looks even better than it was before.
Maybe we'll see more Rod of Ages purchases as well. If you just need the extra health, it feels like Catalyst is a good way to get there. And already Kuro, but of course he is Cassiopeia, so you're going to be building that just anyway. I don't know, I'm excited to see what does change for the meta here, especially in the LCK. Because things have certainly stabilized. 7.10 and 11 have not necessarily been too much of a difference.
7-10 with the Rift Herald coming in, everything was obviously big, but 7-11, it's basically the same patch all over again.
Yeah, that's what I sort of mean. So it feels like since the start of 7-10, we just haven't seen much of a change.
People are wondering why we're still on 7-11 this week with EULCS and ALCS jumping on to 7-12. Because the Korean client patches Wednesday, Thursday usually, and because a match week has already started, it's always that extra week. So we end up being a few days behind other regions. Korea used to be ahead, but then the patching day changed, and thus we end up being behind.
Which I feel benefits SKT. Because they get to watch what people are doing, and we know that they are just the download team, you know? Even able to watch other regions, certainly able to help them out.
You see the power of the Caitlyn in the 2v2. They just straight up 2v2 took down bot lane turret with no jungle intervention in that lane. And remember, we previously saw how low top lane turret is, so whether that's going to be a lane swap initiated by Afreeca right now, or just Kuro coming up, they want to target down his top lane as well.
Yeah, that's another ultimate coming out from Marin. This time, Hookshot did not answer it. Slow still here.
Oh,
there's
baby.
the flash. Petrifying gaze, and Kuro now has no answer to Beyond, but Spirit, he's going to be here. He's got it. The kick into the wall for the semi-stun, and that's going to be Beyond taken down as well. So 2 swift ones for Afreeca, and now complete map control and a guaranteed Rift Herald. Feels very good for them.
So clean that Kramer had to abandon walking top lane because he knows that Gragas will just take down that turret solo as the Rift Herald has been started. Afreeca Freecs win everything in 2 minutes after a super passive first 10 minutes. They're going to walk up, but they could just invest more people top lane. This game's already falling apart for MVP.
Yeah, and could this... Oh, I thought that maybe Kuro had have just ran that into the mid lane. Used the Rift Herald immediately before Ian could get back, but was able to get back in time, so that timing just not quite there for the Snowball Rift Herald. Out of turret take in the mid.
Haven't been able to get much damage onto the mid lane turret, so probably will require the top lane going down, then a setup around mid lane before they can get the expected result, which is the mid lane turret for that Rift Herald. About, minute and a half, 2 minutes to set up before they are going to feel pressured to put it down.
This has been the dream Caitlyn game for Kramer.
Nothing happens, and she just uses her range to get obnoxious CS leads and turrets.
Yep. No jungle trouble at all. Not even their own jungler coming down so that Kramer couldn't just, like, keep farming. Because that's frustrating, you know? You might miss a cannon creep if there's someone trying to gank your lane. Don't want that. He's already been able to take down 2 turrets, as we were talking about it. It's just feeling pretty good. Static Shift done. BF sword there as well. Abyssal Voyage can be yelled at. Kuro obviously understanding that snakes don't like catfish very much.
Didn't get anything else. Didn't have anyone in his belly, which kind of surprised me. But we saw Maha farming in top lane, so shouldn't have been too big a surprise. Another shopping trip for the duo lane that have a build built for only one thing, which is pushing. Pickaxe towards the... Just a Zeal picked up, actually. It's just working towards a second Zeal item before they even bother to look at an Infinity Edge. Bring back an old build, BF Sword, double Zeal item.
Yeah.
In a while
like
since
Tristana.
we had, what, one patch where Zeal and Rapid Fire Cannon had the original stacking interaction, which was very big, and now, just because it prioritizes the best interaction, is once again become a very standard build.
I feel like you still get both of the interactions, don't you? So it does extra range and it spreads damage, but it doesn't do extra damage for both procs. As now the siege is on in the mid lane. The Rift Herald has been put down as well. Should mean that this outer turret falls in favor of Afreeca Freecs. Kramer, massive range. The Rift Herald now going to be dealt with, but I'd call it a success for Papa Smithy. Not bad at all.
It's gone as expected for Afreeca, as ADD caught again.
Yeah, ultimatum is going to go down. Max is going to turn up, gets the Devour, and tries to turn this one around. Kuro has been exhausted, but that wears off. And ADD has to get the hell out of there. Oh, Ian does use the cleanse to get out of the Petrifying Gaze, but they've lost so much health. And the Chaos Storm is going to be enough to dissuade Afreeca Freecs. Cloud Drake going to be up relatively soon, but Afreeca did take the Ocean Drake relatively recently. So nothing to really fight over.
It's just Afreeca inching forward. All 3 outer turrets down, 3-0 in turret score. The wards are going to start pushing forward as expected. And for now, Beyond can solo down his red buff and pick up jungle camps. But it feels like even that is going to be on a pretty limited timer here for the side of MVP. Have been well snowboard on when it comes to early game movements, 4,000 gold. But what we can see really is the map pressure where Afreeca can push 3 lanes and then there's not many options left for MVP. As well, they tried to collapse on Marin, but for once he wasn't overextended.
Yep. He was just going to try and back in the middle of the lane, but at least Max's presence stops that. Slight tempo advantage theoretically gained for MVP. But whether they can capitalize is another question, as Kramer clears out this wave extraordinarily fast with the Static Shiv proc after he shoots Maha in the head with it.
There's a control ward on Baron. Caitlyn and Cassiopeia can deal with Baron very, very quickly. So
yeah,
MVP for once are being a little bit more conscious around Baron. It's been one of their big weaknesses this season is 20-minute to 25-minute Barons, where they have basically had the game lost in an instant.
Oh man, and Kuro is so accelerated. Already at the 2-item power spike, will have that tier stacked up extraordinarily fast, just given the timing that he was able to pick that one up. Talking about accelerated, Kramer does have that rapid fire cannon completed, as well as the completed boots. And he's got so much farm for this stage of the game, it is ridiculous. About 10 CS ahead of the clock. That is only going to extend by the looks of things.
It's teleport.
The teleport. Yeah, Marin wants to make something happen.
Oh,
fantastic knockups from Tucson. And that is going to be the first pick onto the Victor. Ian just obliterated. Thankfully, the gravity field went down first, so Afreeca Freecs was staved off the rest of the team. But with one pick, can they just go straight to the Baron?
They're certainly going to head there, but Beyond's first thought was to move towards his jungle on the red side. Afreeca realized they've taken their time. They look for another pick. Marin has flash, no cask, of course. They'll just clear a ward, clear some minions, potentially look for the turn, but they're going to stop Baron finally.
Yep, so 4 of them are going to be in this pit. Beyond is going to turn up, but remember, Dragon Rage still up here for Spirit. Can just kick him away, and look at how much damage this Baron is taking. Oh, there's the flash, the engage coming out of Kuro. There's now Spirit. He's going to take down the Baron. Success for Afreeca Freecs. The man advantage, Ian nowhere to be seen. Easily able to take that one down. They extend this lead to 6,000 gold in game 1.
Yeah, well thought out. Kuro had to invest his flash for the zone, but between that and the ultimatum going down from the other side, space was implied. No one was going to get close enough to contest the Baron, so clean Baron setup for Afreeca Freecs, even with the pressure of 4 members of MVP.
It's nicely done. Kramer almost has his Infinity Edge done. Seraph's Embrace almost there for Kuro as well, because I assume that tier is already done stacked up. The amount of Twin Fangs you throw out means that it's basically permanently charging. If it's not stacked yet, it certainly is now, as you can see how many spells he's throwing at this dragon.
You know, if Spirit hadn't died, this could have been our 3rd perfect game of the season for Afreeca Freecs, Atlas.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going that way. With all of these Baron minions. Oh, it's getting very, very scary. Feel like ADD might be able to sort out this top lane outer turret. But nope. It's just going to be this inner falling down. Minion wave. Center of the map at the moment in the mid lane. But ADD can't go up against Marin, who is still winning the split push battle. It's not necessarily what you expect when you've got ADD sitting on a Trinity Force as well as his Tiamat. But this is a Gragas with 2 items and a hell of a lot of rings.
Yeah, the problem for ADD is he needs item parity or a bit of snowball. Maybe at 6 items he'll actually be able to do damage to the Gragas and sustain himself, but probably never going to happen. And at an item disadvantage, Gragas always fought one of the best of the top lane tanks versus that Camille. Second inner turret goes down. Afreeca Freecs continue to rotate mercilessly around MVP.
Yeah. Vision advantage for MVP here towards the top side, but I just don't think it's going to mean anything against the huge gold and item lead that Afreeca have set up for themselves. Tucson just making himself a frontline. Marin barges himself forward. It's all too easy for Afreeca to claim the last remaining inner turret and a 10,000 gold lead. Oh, 9,000 gold lead. I was exaggerating slightly. But it certainly feels like 10k at this stage of the game.
Yeah, pretty effortless stuff from Afreeca. All they need to do now is break the base. There's the big shield up. They want to try and get it now.
Well,
no one's
Spirit
contesting
has the
Kramer.
flash. Yeah, Kramer just standing behind Tucson as he likes, and that is going to be base broken. 10,000 gold lead that I was talking about is being crept up on as Marin looking for this top inhibitor turret. They're an unstoppable force at the moment. The Afreeca Freecs ult comes down. Gravity field is going to mean that Tucson falls, but beyond, Mages follow him. Spirit, an unlikely hold on his resonating strike, and that means that Beyond does escape. Spirit also isn't going to die.
They got the primary objective. They didn't need to be greedy and try and take more. They can back away, steal a red buff, go and spend the gold they're sitting on. Infinity Edge going to be completed. The side of Kramer, and ADD's not ready to jump on him, kill him. Barring there being a Hextech ultimatum and a full multiple tick Chaos Storm, you just really don't see the Caitlyn dying, and that would also, of course, be ignoring all the damage coming through from Cassiopeia and even the top laner and jungler on the side of Afreeca. So right now it feels like we've reached that point that happens so often with MVP games where they're no longer in touching distance. It's not like they've made grand mistakes this game. In fact, they had the great collapse around the top side to pick up first blood. But it's kind of been a training simulator for the second half where Afreeca have done the right thing and MVP really haven't had an answer at the 3rd, 4th, 5th time of asking, and by now it's too late.
Yeah. Just feels like the definition of a snowball as well, Papa Smithy, with those couple of kills that they were able to pick up. Straight into the Rift Herald, straight into the top lane outer turret falling down. Kramer and Tucson were so far ahead in the bottom lane that they were already able to get that global advantage with that outer turret falling down early. Kramer did take some death ray damage there, but he's got himself a Vampiric Scepter now as well as that Infinity Edge, so he's doing a lot of damage. So the lifesteal's working out very, very well. Ult does come in, but Tucson pretty happy as there's the flash body slam. Ian does have to flash away. Good devour from Max is going to save his mid laner. MVP lived to fight another day, but this inhibitor should be falling with the extra range that Kramer does have. Trap's helping him out there as well as the hookshot gets ADD out to safety. Afreeca, it just feels like a matter of time.
They can't pull the trigger in the way they want MVP. One ultimate to being down. When you're this far down in gold, you need everything to get just a single pick, so they back away. And to your previous point, I think the bot lane winning as hard as it did 2v2 was the reason that Afreeca could win this game. The first time we saw bot lane, it felt like it was Kramer just picking up first brick in the bot lane by taking the turret. Largely were focused around all the skirmishing in the top side. Meanwhile, even with something like the Varus with the great wave clear, non-committal wave clear in the bot lane, wasn't to be enough. Maha got pushed in significantly. There was no jungle pressure from Beyond on the bottom side, and they rotated the Caitlyn around as they were winning the skirmishes top, and that was definitely the 1+1 equals 2, and the 2 is basically this massive lead that looks unassailable for Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah. 10,000 that I mentioned before is so close. But 28 minutes into the game, it's pretty ridiculous. Tucson going to be standing behind the rest of his teammates and is going to survive as Kramer just tanks up a Chaos Storm for the fun of it by the looks. These super creeps are going to be heading in soon. Marin super tanky, able to deal with minion waves. Maha has gone for the late game scaling build. See whether they can turtle this one out, but MVP running out of answers.
Oh,
there's
boy.
the flash petrifying gaze. They are going to catch Ian, who's just going to get obliterated in a couple of spells. Grey Health not going to do anything for Max, who's going to die. The tower falls to Kramer, who's getting the auto attacks he needs. And Afreeca Freecs lose nothing, and they will take down the final inhibitor. Pre-30 minutes, this has been a dominating performance. If you've ever wondered why Caitlyn is often in the ban list first time around, this is certainly an example of why that is. As there's the kick flash, that's going to be Maha falling down. Beyond is going to get revenge, but that's going to be quickly answered. And the game is going to most definitely follow. Nexus turrets fall, and Afreeca Freecs, in their first game strategy that they often manage to employ, it is going to be the victory, and a very convincing one at that.
It may not be flawless, Atlas, but you add the side of MVP to other teams that have lost to Afreeca Freecs in Game 1. SKT have lost to Afreeca Freecs in Game 1. KT, perfect gamed. A lot of teams have fallen down to Afreeca in Game 1, and it looked like another one of those games where they were smart, they were controlled, made one mistake that gave up first blood, but after that, rebounded with lots of smart decisions. Kramer and Tucson dominating Maha and Max in the bot lane was what this particular win was built around. So much of the action actually happened off screen as they pushed in relentlessly, took the turret straight up in a 2v2, and MVP never looked like they knew how to get back in, and suddenly, that loss streak we've talked about, Atlas, it's hit 11.
It most certainly has, and it's real scary for MVP. But if they are going to win a game, it is going to be Game 2. It was never going to be Game 1. Not only were they on red side, but they were against Afreeca Freecs, who come out of the gates like a freight train, then often hit things halfway through. They are the 3-game lords.
Game 2 decides it. Will it be 12-0 for the loss streak for MVP, or will it be Afreeca Freecs finally having their streak of 3-game series broken? We're going to come up after the break. You have to think it'll be Afreeca winning, given how one-sided Game 1 was. Well, we've said that multiple series in a row, and things have turned around. So the script within Afreeca Freecs map is only written after the fact.
It always is. And look, this is where the inconsistency of Afreeca Freecs has to be put into question. We'll see whether it is going to be decided. We are going to go to that short break. When we get back, all of the worries for Afreeca Freecs' consistency is going to be coming in, and MVP look to try and get their first win in 11 games. Will be incredibly different, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. We'll be back for Game 2 very soon.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Welcome back, OGN Legion, to LCK Summer. Afreeca Freecs up, understandably, because they haven't lost a game number 1 in a very long time, Papa Smithy. But up game 1, game number 2, a little bit more difficult for them.
I love the consistency, Atlas. You and I were looking over it. They have 5 games in a row undefeated in game 1, but damn does it come crashing down in game 2.
It most certainly does. Consistently inconsistent is most certainly the ploy of the Afreeca Freecs.
They have not won a single game 2 since their first series
Against Everett.
Against Everett, exactly. So, you know, even though MVP looks like pretty ripe opposition to be taken down in game 1, question marks will come up as Kuro, the man who had 1,000 kills very recently, will win his 5th MVP of the season. Afreeca Freecs have won now 10 games, so 50% of their MVPs have gone to their mid laner, who seems to be having a better time of it in summer season than spring season. And honestly, for a player who received a lot of criticism, being a role player on what was an all-star and historic team in the Rocks Tigers, he's doing his best to come into his own on the Afreeca Freecs, and often he has looked pretty damn good when he's played for Afreeca.
He has. Of course, his main opposition, when he was called in question the most, was Faker, to be honest. It was when Rocks and SKT were certainly the top 2 teams in Korea, but this is some pretty fantastic play. Honestly, Marin, he's the one that deserves honorable mention this time around. His Gragas was fantastic. Took all of the turret shots that he wanted to in the early game, as he certainly does, but was able to be such a disruption in the late game, and was one of the team members that led them to this pretty substantial victory.
I mean, Kuro's peel off there actually caught the enemy jungler in the Petrifying Gaze as they secured Baron. Was great to see, catching Victor with this one. On point on the Cassiopeia, very well deserved MVP for Kuro. Has a lot to smile about, but now it's whether they can actually parlay an excellent game 1 into the game 2 that has eluded them.
Oh, that magnificent chin. Kuro always up for a bit of a shout out to the old fans. But we'll see whether they can keep up the good spirits.
Now, may not be a reigning LCK champion, but of course did win with the Rocks Tigers in 2016 summer. Looking to try and make it back to the finals. Go one better than the wild card match where they dropped down to MVP. We are getting that rematch. This was the series we saw the most in spring season because of the fact it was, even of all things, a tiebreaker between these two. Nothing could separate Afreeca and MVP in spring season until right at the last, but it looked like there was quite a big gulf between them in game 1 of this series.
But there was quite a big gulf between most teams and Afreeca Freecs in game 1. Perfect games multiple times. They made Samsung look like a bad team when they were playing against them. It was like, what, 1 kill away from a perfect game in game number 1 in that series. Just ridiculous stuff. This is where the game gets difficult for Afreeca, and they are on red side as well. Galio has been banned as well as the Rumble by MVP as we hop into Champion Select, and Syndra Zach, understandable bans out of Afreeca.
Will be a power pick left open to MVP or a comfort pick? That's the big question we have right now. Elise and Lee Sin are the 2 strongest junglers available. MVP on the blue side of a bit more latitude, want to force Afreeca into giving over something. The main weapon they're looking for, you'd imagine, is the Elise, that for now goes unbanned.
Yeah, it feels like Elise or Caitlyn is the choice. MVP now have the opportunity to grab the Kate for Maha if they would like to. And that is going to be locked away pretty swiftly here for MVP.
Didn't want to trade between those, Afreeca. Again, fans might be surprised to see so much priority still on Caitlyn after the Hurricane interaction was removed on 7-11, but Korean AD carries started to pass up on the Hurricane on Caitlyn by last time. We were on 7-10 and has firmed to be a very important pick. The 2v2 winning so strongly in Game 1 was massive for Afreeca, as they still seem to have their own priority on specifically the Gragas, as they're blind picking top lane Gragas like they would blind pick Maokai in spring season for Mar.
Yeah, and it still feels like the jungle pick-away idea here to make Beyond as uncomfortable as possible. We saw the Kazakhs left a little bit to be desired in game number 1. And Marin, of course, super comfort on the Gragas. Spirit looking fantastic as always on the Lee Sin. Well, fantastic as always is an odd way of putting it, but certainly looking fantastic as we know he can be. Is, oh my god, do it Beyond. Okay, no. Wow! From incredible excitement as the Sad Mummy could have possibly made his way back into League of Legends, and then Rek'Sai.
But will it be Rek'Sai's first win of the season, Atlas?
Well, it's game 2. Statistics say that it's over an 80% chance that MVP are going to win against Afreeca right here.
You know, there's a chance. The numbers are starting to work towards the Rek'Sai. At some point, you have to win. It'll be the 7th time we've had a Rek'Sai this season. They just haven't been winning very often, Atlas. I have misspoke. It is 2-3 on the Rek'Sai, but very forgettable games. So looking for one to win after the rework. We have been denied a post-rework Rek'Sai, when surprisingly
that was the
those ones
Rek'Sai
were pre-Rek'Sai change. So now you theoretically have to build damage. Rek'Sai was always a comfortable pick into Lee Sin back in the day because you can cancel the Resonating Strike with the Unburrow.
And all you need to do is attack move in order to do it as well, so it doesn't actually require too many mechanics to get off.
The Xayah is taken quite early for Kramer. There's an adjustment. Kalista was higher priority for him in previous weeks, but trying to pack wave clear with wave clear, doesn't want to take Kalista into Caitlyn and be pushed in and bullied. In the second round, we will see more comfort band away from Ian. The shielding mid laners, whether it was the Karma or the Orianna, have been by far his most standard picks so far this season. So double ban towards Ian on that champion pool.
Well, Talia would be the ban if we were going to follow the script here for MVP, but could be looking at the Rakan potentially to deny Afreeca that combination, and it's going to be Cassiopeia, so Kuro getting the respect he deserves for that comfort pick in the mid lane.
They don't have to blind pick mid lane here. They can just answer the Thresh with a support pick. Tom Kench, for example, is a possibility. Taric was a fun one we saw between the Xayah or Rakan. Will Tucson actually be jumping onto the Rakan? It feels like we've seen more of Xayah with not Rakan, even when it's available, than the actual duo in Korea, whereas it was the duo mostly used in other regions. Okay, the Lovers duo will be coming out with the Xayah and Rakan.
Yeah, first time that Tucson has actually played it so far. But of course, all of these supports have been smashing him out in solo queue. That RW combo. The quickness into the grand entrance is pretty silly, Pop Smithy.
Ian is hoping he can just go with Victor once again and force a farm lane with something. That was his hope and expectation with Cassiopeia, and did fine for the most part in lane before getting powered out. So we'll return to the Victor. The Victor certainly wasn't the problem for MVP in game 1.
No.
It's more about the 2v2 just getting utterly crushed, and this time they've got the Caitlyn, so probably riding high in that particular scenario.
Ian was also able to get first blood, so...
Marin getting so far ahead of the Camille may force something out of AD, but will it be the famous Sion pick? It is, okay.
Oh my goodness. If this isn't a control composition, Papa Smithy, I do not know what is. This looks like the slowest composition I've ever seen. But once it gets rolling, you could say it turns into a steam train.
I mean, it does look like, on first glance, the Caitlyn plus 4 tanks, but we have to remember that Rek'Sai, again, is largely a new champion with the rework. Having a damaging ability on her ultimate makes her more of a burst champion, so potentially combining some of the CC in the lanes with kill pressure from the jungle, then becoming a frontliner later. Talia will be the call from Kuro. Ultimate comfort for him as well. So Afreeca Freecs feels like, especially in the solo lanes, they have stuff they have run many times. Very reliable solo lanes, trying to deny away jungle pool. End up with Beyond being the latest person to jump on the reworked Rek'Sai. And so far, it has certainly not been a pick for success.
Yeah, this doesn't bode well for MVP trying to find their break in the 11-game loss streak that they have for themselves. Afreeca looking to set themselves up for their first 2-0 victory and first 2-game series of the summer split.
But MVP have brought back some of the favorites, bringing back the Scion, a pick that has been so successful for them in the past. Maybe that'll be the way. The Caitlyn did so much work for Afreeca on blue side. This time, Maha gets his hands on it. I feel like the bot lane may be the story. If MVP can power over the Afreeca Freecs like Afreeca were able to in game 1, maybe that will open up the map and allow plays to be made. If Afreeca Freecs get going in bot lane, I shudder to think what will happen for MVP.
Yep, and it's been a while since Max has played Thresh as well, and we know that when he pulls out a pick that he hasn't played for a while, things could get exciting. It's heating up on Summoner's Rift here for game 2. Let's get into it. MVP fans impress me every single time, Papa Smithy. Their undying devotion to their team, despite how they have been performing. It's inspiring, it really is. However, if you're in their shoes, it's somewhat depressing.
That's some very nice calligraphy. But
Yeah, beautiful.
look at that, balanced between both teams.
Yeah, I like to see, you know, two friends supporting different teams, but still friends, you know, I assume.
Well, they're brought together by the love of League of Legends.
Yeah.
That is the common factor.
And beautiful handwriting. Unless one of them
It
did
looked
both.
like one of them did both.
Yeah, it did
actually,
look a little bit like that. But look, I've got terrible handwriting, so I would get anybody else to write something down if I needed to display it.
Did you do calligraphy at school?
No, hell no.
I know we did it.
I'm left-handed. My left, like, writing, I can barely read what I write. Like, see, look at it. I've written down the picks and bans here on the sheet in front of me, ladies and gentlemen, and
What's
I'm pretty sure
what's
Pop
a
Smithy...
rate?
A what?
Oh, Kate, okay.
Yeah. There's a lot of abbreviation here as well, to be honest.
This time there's no real advanced information for either side. Where you see the mid laners join as the minion lines break in mid lane, you get some information, so MVP can know that probably going to be a top side jungle start for the Lee Sin, but not going to be the deep wards that were pretty common in the previous game. Tucson has a front brush control, but just will back away. Level 1 Rakan, known for the power. Kramer can take the Deadly Plumage, the W, and potentially go for an all-in trade, but didn't opt into it.
Most of these Zayas do like to grab themselves that QE combination. Get that harass level 2, as Tucson's taking way too much damage here towards the bottom side. Kramer forces Maha back. Beyond is going to challenge Spirit. Oh, nice Q going to land. It's Beyond. He's going down very low, but Spirit, he aggroes the blue buff. Preyseeker doesn't find him, so Kuro, he's going to head his way over. And now Beyond is going to be in a lot of trouble. Kuro sets it up.
Smite onto the blue just for the extra life. Ian ghosts over.
He is very good at ghosting. Ghosts a heck of a lot, but Spirit, with the smite advantage, should be able to grab it and does so. He takes a lot of damage. That last auto attack, not enough from Ian. Doesn't have Thunderlords or anything like that, so Spirit is going to get out with 100 health. And a possible 3 buff now for Afreeca Freecs early on in this one.
Really big investment from Spirit to be able to steal away blue. Obviously in the context of what Rek'Sai needs, not going to be big, but for experience and also to keep closer tabs on the enemy jungler. Nice alpha move from him will give him at least, as you say, the chance of a 3 buff. We'll just recall, pick up a longsword and enter lane. Kuro first to react once again, draws a summoner out of Ian, so that might be relevant as well.
Yeah, and on the other side of the map as well, Kuro has just, he's been so much better at leaving lane this season, I swear. Or this year. I feel like 2017 has been mobile Kuro. Certainly a good look for him.
His champion pool changed quite a lot also. It was mostly playing the Victor for the Rockstar, especially in spring last year. So was kind of anchored to mid lane. Did vary it up, but I agree. He has been packing up lane. Maybe he's going to be our resident Fly after Fly went over to NACS.
Yep.
do need someone who likes to pack up lane and roam.
This is always more fun. Of course, why he has 100% win rate on Talon. So he has just been the guy that learned how to roam.
It's an 8-0 Twisted Fate as well, which was something that I didn't realize. I saw OGN's video to commemorate his 1,000 kills, so has some champions that work with him, but then he's got the Azir that everyone remembers. Oh dear. The famous Azir.
Notorious Azir, one could say. ADD gonna set himself up, but Marin answers nicely. Didn't know that was the interaction.
Me neither, actually. That was actually much earlier, having control over his character than I expected coming through from a teleport.
Marin should be able to catch up in farm here as ADD is gonna grab some mana back, teleport himself back up to this lane as well. But as ADD is on the most comfort that you can possibly be on as ADD, he's going to be pretty happy. Aurora the Slayer isn't going to find the mark, and Marin's going to comfortably win this trade.
Buy from ADD also doesn't inspire confidence. The Ruby Crystal and Sapphire Crystal.
Don't buy Sapphire Crystals, guys. Get potions.
I'm still walking up. Here comes Rek'Sai.
Yeah, he does have the flashes. Ian could be solo kill. Kuro not going to get stunned. That's going to be first blood. Immediately afterwards, it's answered. But Afreeca do manage to claim the extra gold.
And the solo kill also was for first blood in the mid lane. Didn't even need the Lee Sin. He'll be able to pick up the minion wave in top side. Really nice stuff from Kuro after picking up the MVP in game 1. And a solo kill onto Victor. Only now getting his ghost up. We'll have to see how that started. After we expected it was a seismic shove, and it was his seismic shoves in their last series. You'll remember, Atlas. It worked out so well against the Rocks Tigers, catching Sungyun again and again.
That catch that he did near the inhibitor turret in mid lane was just beautiful to watch. Which I believe is probably what you were talking about.
In the replay here, seismic shove is using the mind game hidden under the Hextech minefield. Hextech Minefield is the wrong ability, but regardless, under the E, able to enter. Very nice stuff from Kuro, very clean from him.
Yeah, shout out to Heimerdinger. Oh no, wait, that's
yeah,
that's
got you there.
That's definitely Ziggs. I just feel like as soon as it's Hextech, it needs to be Heimer. That's the dream.
There's Corki as well. He's got his Hextech rockets.
That's true.
There's a Hextech ultimatum from Camille.
Yeah. There's a Hextech skin from a lot of characters.
It's true. Even Gallia.
But the OG Hextech is definitely Heimerdinger. I'm just hipster.
One day we'll see Heimerdinger again.
One day. He's had some buffs recently.
My most famous cast is a Heimerdinger game. So.
I know. One of my favorite games of League of Legends ever. Oh, Grand Entrance. Not going to be able to find the mark. Maha's still going to take some damage here from Kramer. Passive coming in from Zaya helping Kramer as far as winning some trades. Crow grabs himself. Cannon creep nicely, and now will start roaming around. Beyond has been relatively unharassed in his jungle, but Spirit now looking to cause some trouble.
Able to push and roam after the solo kill. Has pressure in the mid lane. Now they're translating into jungle control as well. Spot the Rek'Sai is around bot side, and they won't be initiating anything. It's not going to be the same one-sided pressure advantage for the Caitlyn lane this time, as Kramer's been able to hold up in CS to the Caitlyn.
Max finds himself in the mid lane. He's going to flay Kuro back, and it's not looking likely that he's going to survive this one. Ian is going to grab it with the Chaos Storm. Max making the plays here, and MVP have a 600 gold lead. Oh, the Afreeca curse. What is it with this team in game number 2, Papa Smithy?
They actually moved Maha mid lane, so it's not the top lane, a rotation you very often see from teams. Looking to break a minion lane in the mid lane. Here comes the Zaya finally to call in some reinforcements, so only get a little bit of damage.
Yep, Spirit made himself known as well, so not going to be able to get any more siege happening. ADD is winning out as far as health is concerned on the top side of the map, and Marin, because he did fall down to Beyond an ADD early on, he has to play a lot further back than he was in game number 1. It's not going to be the full takeover of the Gragas this time.
Seems like that Thresh and Caitlyn are taking the tone of where this game is going. Max so far not spotted as he enters the top side. Here we go, 4 members.
Yeah, that is going to be the bouncing castle for the Gragas. And Max is going to help pick up yet another kill. Seems to me that if he hasn't played a champion in a while, he's so much better at it.
Proactive plays from MVP, kind of a counterpoint to what we've seen from them before. To try and slow them down here, but the turret take should come in first for MVP. There it is.
Yep, all too easy. Doesn't push that tower, the minion wave back far enough. The tower is still going to be able to aggro them, and Afreeca should be able to answer with this bottom lane outer turret, but onus certainly on them to try and answer what MVP have put down, because this inner turret now under fire from Maha, and he's got a BF sword as well as that dagger, so the siege build most certainly set up, as that was an embarrassing 90 caliber net. The Spirit has found Beyond, lots of damage. Still has the kick, remember, he's just waiting for another Q, but doesn't opt in for anything more.
It's the flash out of Rek'Sai, which can be very, very important. But MVP is setting the speed of the game for the second time in their losing streak. You'll remember, game 1 against SKT.
Yeah.
They had a very good early game up, 5-1 in kills, and then meandered to try and turn a mid-game, it's an early game advantage into a mid-game advantage. SKT took a 22-minute Baron and never looked back. So let's see if MVP can continue what they've been doing. Very strong control ward line in the top side. Great rotations coming through from Max. His roam plays have been a treat, predictably on a hook champion, which is where he's drawn a lot of his success. And now it's about doubling down and continuing to find advantages around the map, because that's where MVP have come apart at the seams.
Max is going to be able to go very deep and grab this vision. His mobility boots have been utilized very effectively thus far for the Thresh. This Dragon should go down relatively easily here for MVP. Unfortunately for them, it is going to be a Cloud Drake, so not netting them too much combat power, but at least their rotisserie style should be working out quite well.
Unable to push forward vision, but didn't need it. They could see the duo lane on the top side of the map. Leaving Sion to wave clear as much as possible.
Yep, 4-man dive onto Marin looking to be the case once again, as Kuro still giving Ian some trouble. At least now with the upgraded Hex Core, that Death Ray should be able to clear out the minion waves quite easily underneath the turret. Backline doesn't stand a chance. Spirit is going to finally help out his top laner.
Meanwhile, Beyond, instead of being top lane trying to help wave clear, is trying to for a pick around the mid lane. So far it's been tempo advantage on these pushing lanes to MVP.
But Kramer has utilized this opportunity to get himself approximately a 20 CS lead out of nowhere. It was down about 10 in the laning phase when it was 2v2, but it's been Marin switched it up and allowed Kramer to get himself ahead. Maha just looking for turrets, of course, understandably, so I probably wouldn't look at him for missing CS or anything like that. It is a strategic choice, but Desire can be a positive influence, but Marin in trouble. Beyond is just going to grab it, Prey Seeker, and Max is able to get it in the end with the Ignite. Last tick is going to do it. That tower is going to be taken down. MVP going from good to better here. 2,000 gold and rising for this team at 13 minutes in.
Marin just didn't have the coverage to be playing up as he was. Doesn't sound like he should be playing up. He was under turret, but couldn't respect the positioning of Beyond, and would have almost been a 2v1 kill. Beyond cleans it up, but Marin needed to back away earlier. Doesn't have the safety of wave clearing under turret as a Sion, who does win the wave clear war. Doesn't need to invest his ultimate to be able to instant clear waves. EQ usually does most of the work. And so Marin behind in CS, the Sion ahead in CS, and just rotating Caitlyn around, sure, with a CS disadvantage, but given that Kramer kind of needs 2 to 3 items to be effective, it's the rest of the members of MVP that are gaining the most with all the gold from the turrets and the other objectives that MVP are able to pick up.
Yeah, global advantage certainly there as far as the extra turret. First turret blood, of course, going in favor of MVP as well. And we saw in game number 1 that despite the fact that it was a pretty one-sided affair, their vision was still very, very strong. Max continuing to keep that one up. Able to get deep vision towards the bottom side of the map. That is gone now, but now moving their attention towards this Rift Herald. Ian finds himself topside and will clear out that wave before it crashes into the turret. And most things quiet on the Western Front at this particular stage of the game.
If Afreeca can actually trade farm between the enemy mid laner and Marin, they'd probably opt into it. Afreeca always rely on Marin being an initiator, being able to be a frontliner, and he's way behind Triple Dorans and Merc Treads only at 14 minutes compared to the litany of tank items already on ADD.
Yeah, Collector's Cowl and Glacial Shroud already done. Wants to get towards as much cooldown reduction as he can. ADD often able to grab that pretty quickly. Always known for his Scion. Of course, a little bit unfortunate for him that the most memorable Scion game for MVP was Max playing it and picking up a quadra kill on support Scion.
That game, man.
Oh, beautiful. Stunning stuff to watch.
Just about before you got here, you missed a Scion quadra kill.
No, it was just as I got there.
Ah, it was your first week, I think.
Yeah, it was one of my first casts. I was like, LCK is pretty cool.
Never quite hit that particular height again.
As far as silly.
Oh, it's a big engage.
Yeah, massive engage. Weaver's wall comes down as well to try and split this one up. Spirit makes his way in. There's the flash kick, but I don't know whether it's exactly what they want. Marin is going to fall down, understandably as well, because he's a pretty squishy tank. MVP, they're able to make it a 1-for-0 as Afreeca Freecs desperately tried to start something in their favor. Flat out could not do it.
They didn't have the item timings to make a play like that. Marin is super squishy to the Victor damage, caught in the W, and just died in the gravity field, basically, when they turned on him. No magic resist, barring the Merc Dreads. It didn't really feel like Afreeca needed to over-pursue for an engage that hard. Just swapping around, so flexible with the Talia to play side lanes with both of their solo laners. They could have just gone full farm mode instead. Get greedy, want to just look for a kill. So different from game 1 to game 2, no longer able to have a Gragas who can shrug off the damage and just choose his initiation freely and just compounds the early game advantage for MVP.
Yeah. 5-1. It's a familiar scenario, Papa Smithy. 2,000 gold, still the lead for MVP, so Afreeca still farming out very nicely, especially in the mid and bottom lane. But it doesn't bode well, given what Afreeca normally do in game number 2.
And Afreeca have the #1 team deaths in the LCK, 206 before this series started. Marin and Spirit together actually contributed 103 of those deaths. They are literally 50% of their team's deaths. Usually supports #1 or #2, but not on the side of Afreeca Freecs. And, you know, Marin's 0-4 this game. He has the most deaths of any player in the LCK, and he definitely goes one way or the other. When he's doing well, he's initiating fights, he's split pushing, he can definitely be a match winner, but there's also games like these where he just needs some time farming because right now he is a cask and nothing more.
Yeah. He's a flash body slam bot. And even then, that doesn't seem like a great idea. It makes him seem a little bit just closer to death. Now, at least Kramer's picked himself up his Essence Reaver, close to grabbing that Zeal for at least a bit of extra cooldown reduction. They're investing quite a lot into the later stage of the game as Tusa's being caught out. It's going to be Battle Dance, gets him back to Spirit. He should be A-okay. Eats himself some honey fruit there as well, so he's going to get himself back. Everything is going to be fine. Marin still going aggressive wherever he can because he's Marin. That was very, very close. Grazed the backside of Maha with that Q from Spirit.
Although Maha is way ahead, doesn't have any completed items, so not necessarily going to be putting out massive teamfight damage just yet. Looks like it's going to be Infinity Edge first for Maha. Still, Afreeca are posturing towards fighting at this Drake, which seems like a bad idea given that Gragas can't be there.
Yep, there's a lot of traps there as well, as Maha has put those ones down. Hook is going to land from Max, set this one up as the quickness does come in. Great grand entrance as Beyond does take down Spirit, but can they answer? Tucson gets the heal from his AD carry, but it's not enough. Ian, not even punished. They grab the Dragon, and that's 7-1 now for MVP. Looking to try and put that first win on the board the best way they possibly can. Gold still way closer than you'd expect it to be as Crow looking to try and take down ADD, but he's pretty tanky.
And still is the battle of those streaks, Atlas. The lowlights for both teams. The 11-0 losing streak for MVP. And potentially Afreeca Freecs not having a 3-game series. Marin walks up. He ults. It's only 2 members here for Afreeca. Here's a third.
Yep, Kuro comes in, but good trap. Means that he can't press any further. Maha will escape.
It is amazing, the pendulums that Afreeca have been able to swing. 2 perfect game 1s into game 2 losses, always 3 games. Why are they walking up with no Gragas, no vision of the brush. It's just an Infernal Drake. They can afford to give up a single Infernal and just funnel gold onto Gragas. They end up contesting a Drake they were never going to get. They didn't have information to even look for a steal. And they just end up compounding what has already been a good early game for MVP.
Yeah, despite the solo kill that Kuro was able to get, it has been entirely MVP this match. Afreeca Freecs aren't without their ability to get things done in the late game. You know that Kuro has actually been a late starter on his Taliyah recently. His late game Taliyah play has been wonderful to watch. Marin looking to go relatively aggressive here in mid lane, but that mini wave does not last very long against a Victor. Sort of no point trying to clear that one out.
And now we get to, let's shine the light on MVP, because they are ahead.
Right.
Second time they've been ahead around this early to mid game point during their losing streak. The big criticism for them against SKT was they got ahead, they had pressure in the top lane, and they didn't know what to do from there. They didn't ward the enemy red side, they didn't necessarily play around vision. They kind of just let SKT farm up, take a Baron under their noses and win the game. So the kind of thing we want to see from MVP here is moving up a ward line, contesting things like the double control ward that Thresh is going to be inevitably picking up, and then pushing vision forward. They have very strong pick comp on the side of MVP, great initiation. They should not be allowing any free lunches, even red buffs, possible contestation points for the side of MVP. So it's just moving that vision line, which right now is in the river, forward. And they should be winning every skirmish because they are up in gold and they have a comp that skirmish is better than Afreeca Freecs.
They do actually have that ward line moving further, like you said, and that's the hook that's going to land. Initiating fights, like you said, Papa Smithy, but Tucson does get himself out with the grand exit. Marin being chased down by ADD. Or the Slayer will slow him, but I mean, you're not killing anyone, buddy. You've got, what, an adaptive helm?
Good against Taliyah, so expects the Taliyah to be parked in the Scion lane as the game goes on. Probably not a bad guess. Weaver's wall being used, Gragas teleporting in.
Yeah, that's another one. Good explosive cask, but MVP will just take a little bit of damage from this and otherwise not too much more. Teleport from ADD is cancelled. He's trying to put some pressure down here on the bottom side of the map.
We'll have the cooldown up on the teleport soon. And a back away. Necessarily have the vision and knows that Taliyah is walking to clear the blue buff. Another time that ultimates are used by Afreeca, looking for a pick against the run of play. They get nothing, but this time, no punishment available for MVP.
Yep, Spirit looking for Beyond, but Dark Passage gets him out. Max seems to be thwarting all that Afreeca can possibly throw at them. I feel like with the adaptive helm there, it's almost like missing the ability if you hit him anyway, so not too much of a big deal.
Numbers very good from Afreeca. MVP desperately want this last outer turret, but have been delayed, and because the farm numbers are good, because MVP have largely been playing a pushing game rather than necessarily looking to deny, does mean that if the game goes long enough, they might be able to pull it back here, Afreeca Freecs.
And Kramer has gone back and picked up his rapid fire cannon as well, so a little bit of extra range, but more importantly, the extra cooldown reduction that the crit will provide via the Essence Reaver.
Interesting skill order from Scion, who has 4 points in both Q and W and 3 points in Roar of the Slayer, the E. So there was a buff on Soul Furnace in recent patches. Scales better with health, so late game is stronger. Just means he's going to be
early is interesting.
He's going to be unkillable, that's for certain, but does have a strong wave clear and also ranged harass when you put your points like that.
I like Ian's build here. Got himself the Luden's Echo. Much damage as possible. Explosive cast flying in once again. The hook is going to go wide, and Kramer's looking to try and grab some damage on this outer turret in the mid lane. Okay, Beyond could be in trouble. Does get the knock-up as Chaos Storm comes in from Ian. Beyond is going to be taken down, but can they get anything more with the softened up members? As ADD, the train is going to crash right into Spirit. He makes it a 1-for-1.
Yeah, setup looked really nice from Afreeca. I thought they were going to focus on the turret. With Beyond being caught in the middle, it ends up overall being a 1-for-1 trade. No smite to either team means it's probably not going to be a Baron threat, but crucially, the mid-outer turret stays up. Only a single turret has been picked up by Afreeca. They can go and push waves. Small advantage to the side of MVP. see Marin invading. Afreeca are still trading buffs. They're still picking up things like enemy red buffs. Even though it feels like MVP should have a run of the control, this is just another indication where the gaps in MVP's mid-game playbook show. But in this game, they're not being exploited. It's just Afreeca picking up little advantages and not just making everything one-way traffic for MVP.
Yep, somehow Marin dodged all the vision from MVP and stole away a red buff. MVP are going to be going towards their third dragon of the game. Got an Ocean to complement the Cloud and Infernal that MVP have already picked up.
Also going to represent a late game win condition with the Elder Dragon. Going to be completely uncontested by Afreeca as expected.
Yep, does mean that Kramer can have a little bit of spare time here. The outer turret on the top side of the map. Should be able to at least even out this global gold somehow, even with the scoreline at 8-2.
Kramer has hit 2 items and is already a crit cloak into his Infinity Edge, so still nothing to smile about there from Afreeca Freecs. They will be relying on Kramer for a lot of their late game damage. He's really the only person who can do damage through a front line with how his passive interacts. Player will largely be just softening up the Rek'Sai and the Scion in the late game, you'd imagine.
Yeah. I like Spirit doing his best Rakan impression with Kramer there as well. Backing on top. I'd imagine Tucson pretty jealous right now.
There's going to be some creative engage options with Lee Sin, Gragas, and Rakan in the late game. But for those to really matter, they need Kramer to be huge. Had to slow down his build, went for the Hex Drinker before pushing forward with a BF Sword item. Showing respect to specifically the Victor. Doesn't want to die just instantly to the Chaos Storm.
Will be useful though, and he is ahead in farm by quite a lot. And with his 2 items plus Hex Drinker, he's still going to be doing decent damage. That Crit Cloak, the most useful it will ever be, adding crit and, of course, the cooldown reduction that the Essence Reaver will provide.
This is kind of where, once again, we get to that territory where MVP really should have been able, as a 2 or 3 man unit, Thresh and Rek'Sai, for example, should be invading and really pushing forward vision. They still don't have red buff vision. Not realistically going to be starting the Baron yet either. So in a scenario where MVP could completely run the red side jungle of Afreeca, it's still Spirit being able to walk up, clear wards, control wards, largely staying strong. Doesn't necessarily need to be this competitive, but for now, MVP aren't really able to force picks because Afreeca still have a pretty good idea of what's happening around the Baron.
Still some pretty decently deep vision here for Afreeca as well, you can see towards the blue side jungle of MVP. So certainly an honorable mention going over that way. Kuro seismically shoves the blue buff and grabs that one for himself. But MVP are gaining most of this vision around the Baron buff for only themselves. Backs are going to be faked here, and that's going to be the start on the Baron. Afreeca do manage to at least get a ward into that pit as the Baron is above half health. Remember, Weaver's Wall so useful with trapping people in that pit. So much mobility to get them over that wall as well. Kramer will find it hard to off the damage from over the other side, but still, do not want to risk anything.
Speaking of Kramer, he actually has picked up so much solo experience picking up those side waves to get that CS advantage. He's level 15 already in this particular game, so kind of largely been unanswered in side lanes. And you look at the side, Afreeca actually out-level MVP in terms of average level. Only Max is 2 levels ahead, and that's not going to be a huge factor. Both Thresh and Rakan are 1 round of initiation and then dying most likely, even with Rakan's slipperiness. So having those extra levels on the AD carry does work really well for the side of Afreeca. Bodes well for a team fight where, sure, they haven't hit their item timings, but just having a couple of extra levels now, 1 level advantage, gives that glimmer of hope to Kramer.
And Kramer as well, I mean, if you are a team that's behind, being Xayah is a fantastic thing, because it means that the enemy team has to come to you. Tucson taking way too much damage there. Battle Dance gets him over the wall. Hard to lock down a Rakan, of course, in a Baron pit.
Control ward in the lane brush is something that will be a possible teleport stop for Gragas. Control ward gets replaced, so for now, those options don't exist. We're so used to Gragas, or specifically Marin, showing up in the back line that for once it's a game where they haven't been able to set up that vision.
But some decent item timings now for Afreeca Freecs. Kuro's got his 3-item spike with his Leandro's Torment as well as his Void stuff, so he's doing a lot of damage, as well as Marin with his 2-item sort of 2.5 item spike with his 3 rings counting as 1, you could almost say. Kramer just an infinity edge away from incredible strength on this Zarya. Maha takes too much damage.
And just trading farm is kind of advantage of Afreeca Freecs given where the game should be at for MVP. They have strong siege, they have the ability to engage. As many things as Comp can do, but for now, they've been thwarted around Baron multiple times. They've finally started it. Falls down to 6,000. Lee Sin's here though.
Yep, Spirit wants to do Spirit things and try and grab this Baron. It goes down low. And thankfully for MVP, they are able to tank it up pretty effectively without worrying too much. Beyond pretty tanky right now.
But they just tank it up and completely disengage.
Well, Tusin's actually looked for Maha. They are going to be able to finish him off. Kramer grabs that kill. Weaver's Wall traps both of the tanky members in here. And that's another phenomenal seismic shove. Max falls down. Grand Entrance looks for ADT, but it's going to be the Rakan falling. Marin's just off to the side. That was basically a 4v5 the entire time. As Marin now finds his way forward.
Time for the turret to go down. He's happy to back away. It was a super seismic shove because the explosive cast was thrown in as well. That was his only contribution to the fight. Like you mentioned, Atlas, very nice stuff from Afreeca, but kind of crazy than the last 10 minutes. The only assertive move that was successful was pulled off from Afreeca, even though MVP had complete run of the game for the first 30 or so minutes.
Yep, this just seems like the MVP mid-game that has been the bane of their existence. Too scared to make a play, to make things happen. And they've just let the game fall away from them. It's only 200 gold now, the lead, when they were ahead by about 5,000 minutes earlier.
We're going to see the replay on the engage. Maha walks up to hit the control ward, which doesn't seem necessary when Tusin has so much engage on the Rakan. He dies just for 2 shots on a control ward. That wasn't really going to affect the game whatsoever with where it was positioned. There was that explosive cast confirming the kill on the Thresh. First the seismic shove, then also the cast over the wall. MVP returned to the scene of the crime, which is the Baron. They've never been able to push Vision up to the red buff. Only now are they actually getting Vision on the jungle camps of Afreeca. That's what they needed to make the Baron buff plays work before.
Well, now Spirit, he's in trouble. He's going to flash his way out. Traps himself in his Raptor pit, but it almost was a cage of safety for the Afreeca jungler.
So they've actually moved Sion over. They tried to do all this invading without their top laner. This time they're grouping with him. Gragas teleporting in.
Yeah.
Elf bars are pretty healthy on Afreeca's side.
Well, Hook is going to land onto Spirit, so that's not going to be there for when this Baron is going to fall down. Spirit can get himself into this pit. There's 4 members now fighting the Baron as Marin just taking free damage by the looks of things. But Spirit, he wants to get his way forward. He's going to kick Max back. It's the Baron! And the Afreeca Freecs look great in the fight as well. Max is going to launch his way over, but Spirit gets himself on top of him. Maha doing a lot of damage, but Marin's gonna boop him, and Spirit doesn't even die. It's only Ian alive, and the Afreeca Freecs roll over the top with no deaths.
MVP keep having these scenarios where they don't know how to win. They get an advantage around the Baron. Control wards on the pit, but never Vision pushed forward. End up being a 50-50 Baron. Great steal from Spirit. And now Afreeca Freecs are perfectly primed with all the free farm they could do. Sticking Kramer in a side lane, level 17. They're going to get the first inhibitor of the game, and they're probably going to win soon, Atlas.
They're going to try and push forward. Ian has a lot of wave clear, so it won't be on this push by the looks, you have to assume. But Marin's getting work done towards the top side. His best friend in arms. And mostly in death, Spirit is going to be there helping him, but the rest of the team members of Afreeca are going to move over. It's looking very likely to be the first Game 2 victory in a long time for the Afreeca Freecs.
The chance of going 3 games a series for a whole season would end here. We watched the replay. So the idea was pretty good for Max. He's like, I will deal with this. I'm going in, he gets the hook, he goes for the interrupt, but then they try to rush down the Baron, which given they knew Flash was up from Lee Sin, was still gonna pose a 50-50. They needed multiple people to contest the Lee Sin. If they also threw in a Flash Sion ultimate, perhaps you can keep him out. But one person alone isn't gonna zone people out of the Baron. The steal comes through, and it's a crushing blow through the hearts of MVP.
Still, Powerful late game composition from MVP if they can stall this one out. But now Afreeca Freecs have the Baron. They've broken the base in the mid lane. Big minion wave on the top side of the map, but Afreeca are looking bottom side, and with super minion support, the advantages coming through thick and fast. The largest gold lead so far this game now belongs to Afreeca Freecs at 5,000. They have 5 turrets to 3 as well for the first time this game.
It's an item advantage that was gained because MVP was using members to get Baron Vision Atlas. They weren't picking up farm and side lanes. They were focusing on Vision. They were focusing on one objective, the Baron, while Afreeca farmed themselves back into the game. And now, standing gold is down. Baron buff is there. Hook starts onto Marin, but he's tanky.
Yeah, taking barely any damage. Good explosive card's gone to loads of members as Beyond just gets torn up. That is a fantastic Weaver's Wall to break up this battle, as well as that's the Blade Caller, that's the double kill. And Kramer, we know the late game potential of Xayah, and he's demonstrating it right now.
Looking to kill this inner turret will be another inhibitor turret going down. The base broken in the mid lane. Victor there for wave clear, but it's against Baron buff minions. Can Afreeca just end the game now?
They're trying to. Baron buff minions and super creeps heading forward. This inhibitor's going to go down first. Kramer, half health, so does have to be a little bit careful, but Tucson's going to dive his way forward. The quickness is there. He's seeing everyone up. Kuro taking loads of damage, but the Xayah is there with so much to do and so much to work with. This front line's going to fall, though, and the Nexus turrets under fire, but are going to survive for the moment. Only the bottom lane to be traded for Spirit and Kuro's lives.
So going to be one more visit till the game ends. We don't see it end right there, but it has to be getting close. Able to take the red buff on the way out. Afreeca Freecs.
They were handed this victory, though, Papa Smithy. You have to say that it's not necessarily Afreeca Freecs winning. It's MVP throwing away a game, trying to force a Baron that didn't necessarily need to happen. They could have sieged down lanes. They weren't using Maha to try and force Afreeca Freecs to make a decision that wasn't going to work. And Afreeca Freecs were going for it every time anyway.
And that's sort of analysis that would enrage people, because they always prefer you to have the focus on what the winning team was doing. It always sounds like faulty logic to say, well, you know, they didn't win the game, we lost the game. But this is MVP again and again making the same mistakes around Baron. They were doing this right at the end of the spring season. They ran out of a lot of form before they actually hit the postseason. That's why I was surprised to see them beat the Afreeca Freecs in the wildcard match. But you can only make the same mistakes so many times. You can only fail to transition a good early game into a solid mid game so many times until you become just like KT Rolster was questioned for their mid-game plays in spring season. MVP are not as good as KT Rolster. They don't have as much talent, but they're making similar mistakes. And when you're a losing team with the bad habits KT had in spring, the end result is you just don't win many matches.
Well, so far, they've lost a hell of a lot in a row. I believe the tune is 11 as ADD, he's going to get knocked up, trying to utilize his ultimate to get himself out, but isn't able to, and he's going to fall down.
Kramer is a complete monster.
6 items.
1 kill away from Legendary. 6 items, like you say, Atlas, even turned the more. From the Hex Drinker, they're going to push through top. No one is tanky to this Xayah, and there's been no threat on her either.
Yeah, just does so much damage. The Blade Caller CCing everyone up if they are going to try and dive onto the Xayah. Just don't know what the answer is here, aside from Max landing the God Hook that he misses onto Spirit as we say it. Weaver's Wall going to come in to block Ian off from these turrets. As there's the grand entrance. Tucson going to sacrifice himself potentially. No, he's not. Kuro's just going to grab the kill. Maha's going to be smacked back by Spirit, and the Nexus turrets fall. Afreeca are going to achieve their first 2-0 for the summer split. An MVP, 12 losses in a row. It's a disaster as they claim the bottom place here in LCK Summer.
It was so close for MVP they could taste it. This was going to be the time against weaker opposition in their strong game against SKT. With the run of the map, they had the control wards on the Baron. A Baron may have been the snowball to end this game for MVP, but Afreeca Freecs, they stayed dogged. They kept assigning different people. They've got double scrying orbs on their mid laner and also on their AD carry. They kept getting in vision. They never gave away the free Baron that MVP probably thought they had earned. And then when the Baron finally came low, Spirit came in, crushed hearts, broken dreams, and MVP are now 0-12. And they may go into Rift Rivals close to 0-20 because they still have more matches to play.
Yeah. It's just not looking like a great time to be an MVP fan, but Afreeca Freecs breaking their streak of playing the maximum amount of games on Summoner's Rift this season as possible. I wasn't expecting them to do it with me on the desk because I generally bring the 3-game series. This time around, though, Afreeca Freecs going to prove me wrong, and MVP also going to do the same, but there were some great performances, some bad performances from Afreeca. You have to look at the top lane. 0-4 wasn't great for Marin, but he's still able to make plays no matter what when it comes to that late game. You said that he was an explosive cask bot. Well, he was one hell of an explosive cask bot in the late game.
I mean, there was that one fight where literally he threw out an explosive cask and his teammates did the rest. But I think Afreeca, the big thing to compliment them about was just how smart they played around the Baron.
Yeah.
Control ward, they could never walk up and contest the control ward. They tried many fights earlier in the game where they would engage from behind and just lose and give over objectives, but they eventually settled themselves, tried to fight the battle for vision, 6 to 8 minutes of vision being cleared, but no Baron could be obtained by MVP. In the meanwhile, Kramer picking up experience and gold, getting to 3 or 4 items. A different team would have played more assertively, pushed up vision, got more standing gold with the Caitlyn, and then there never would have been a 3 or 4 item Xayah to rip through a Sion. It was insane how fast Xayah was killing Sion in the late game, but that was what Afreeca were afforded by their smart vision plays. Baron can go one of 2 ways. Went to the side of Afreeca, and it really did hasten the eventual downfall of MVP.
Yeah. I don't want to be the guy that
snap
slams on it, but that is going to be Kramer picking up massive amounts of damage. And it shows where they put the eggs in the Afreeca basket. The late game Xayah damage is just silly.
45% of the team's damage or so. Not quite the 53 that we've seen recently, but by the end of the game, it was all about Kramer. Level 18, ripping through people, 6 items around 35 minutes into the game. Hard carry performance from Kramer, but he never should have been able to get the gold to get as strong as he did.
He's going to be able to grab that MVP. 93% kill contribution at 9-0-6. It's a no-brainer for the AD carry of Afreeca Freecs. MVP just could not find a way to deny him, nor did they really try to, but look at how much this Rek'Sai just pops.
But this was at the point where MVP was still kind of in control of the game. It was a 1-for-1 overall as he casually used the Feather Storm to get away from Sion's engage, but the game kept on going. The items kept on piling up, and then you see why people go for the Essence Reaver crit builds on the Xayah, because you explode people with the back end of the snare. And from there, pass-through damage, armor penetration, Infinity Edge already picked up at this point. Match decider was when the Baron was finally committed to. One person went for the interrupt, ADD on the wrong side to be able to flash over and contest Spirit, casually slips over, smites the Baron, and from there, everyone knew this would be Afreeca Freecs picking up the 2-0.
Yep, it's about all she wrote from this point on. Somehow Spirit actually survives this. The safeguard shield keeping him alive. Look at how casually Marin just says, yeah, I'm okay with this. It's a 4-man cask to break the fight up.
People talk about what Xayah is like in the late game. Sometimes we see games like this where she rips through teams almost instantly while being able to peel as well with her E. This is a 3 armor item Sion getting ripped apart. Rakan does no damage. Xayah did all of the damage in that scenario. Well-deserved MVP from Kramer. Went for the Xayah Rakan, and Mighty Face didn't do any favors, but the late game, oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed, Papa Smithy. That was 20% of Sion's health. That is just ludicrous, but we are going to go to the MVP interview, so let's hand it over to Joel for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your interview translations, and we are here with Afreeca Freecs, who picks up not a 2-1, but a 2-0 victory this time against Team MVP, and we are here with today's MVPs, Kramer and Krul, for the interview. You guys got a 2-0 victory this time. How do you feel? Yeah, it's been a long time since we got a 2-0 victory in a series, so we congratulate our team. It's the first 2-0 victory in this season for you guys. Yeah, we were really determined that we were going to get a 2-0 victory today, and we are happy that we got it.
그런 기운이 좀 있었는지 쿠로 선수의 1000킬 영상이 또
And I'm sure you guys missed out on the Kuro 1000 kill video, but with showing that video, I'm sure you had a bit of different momentum going into this game. Yeah, they told me that they were going to play that video today, so thank you guys for making that wonderful video.
좀 그런 게 있어요. 맞습니다. 사회생활을 좀 하시는 분이라 진짜 좋아하신다고 하시더라고요. 감사합니다. 네. 제가 봤는데도 그동안 나온 1000킬 영상과도
I saw the videos, and I thought it was one of the better videos for the 1000 kill ceremonies.
반응도 좀 뜨겁습니다. 계속 2000킬, 3000킬 하셔야죠, 쿠로 선수.
And I'm sure you are reaching for 2,000 and 3,000 kills.
오늘 또
Yeah, I'll probably die by then, so maybe 1,000 kills is my limit here.
그래서 경기 얘기로 그럼 이제 넘어가 보면 1세트에서는
We want to move on to the games itself, and a lot of the interesting thing was around actually the mid lane. And you were really being aggressive from the start and never really stopping that aggressiveness all the way through the end.
아니요, 딱히 그런 건 없는데 뭔가 그냥 뭐라 해야 되지?
Well, it's not that I had like a special kind of confidence, but it's more of those things that, you know, when we play in the first game, we always feel that, you know, whatever we're trying to achieve, whatever we're trying to do, it just seems to work out in the best of ways.
잠깐 언급이 됐었는데 사실 블루 진영과 이 레드 진영의 승률이 좀
And many of the things, not just with the Afreeca Freecs, is that the blue side has relatively higher win rates.
승률을 한번 봤는데 데이터를 퍼플이 압도적으로 낮더라고요.
Yeah, we looked at the win rates of both sides, and red side definitely has a lesser win rate to an extreme extent. So, you know, we felt like, you know, we were trying to do really well while we were on the blue side.
됐는데 2세트 시작하기 전에도 오늘 뭐 2대 0으로 꼭 이겨겠다.
We wanted to move on to game 2, but I'm sure that you guys discussed before starting game 2 that you guys wanted to close it out with a 2-game series.
저는 항상 2대 0으로 이길 생각을
For me personally, I always think that 2-0 is a very relatively easy goal to accomplish, but it just seems like we've always had to mess up in, you know, very crucial situations.
엄마가 같이 오니까 2대 0을 한 것 같아요.
But I think with
말라고 하세요.
my mom coming today to the stadium to watch me, I think that's the reason we got the 2-0 victory. So I'd like to thank my mom for that.
그래서 어머니까지 오셔서 2대 0으로 또 승리를 가져가셨습니다.
그래서 2세트에서 프로 선수는 어떻게 보면 발빠르게 돌아다니기도 하고
And second game, you were really busy roaming around the different lanes after you've won the mid lane.
공략 당하고
And Marin was really camped throughout the game.
아이고 2세트 또 되게 힘들어지고
But other than that, you know, we thought that it would have been a tough game for you guys overall.
되게 힘들다고 생각을 했는데
Yeah, we thought it was a tough game to progress with, and especially not having much options in the macro game was a big thing for us.
여기만 싼것 같아요.
So we just try to look for the opportunities when they presented themselves to us.
많이 돌아다니면서 상황을 좀 많이 만들었거든요. 그거에 대해서 좀 견제를 하는 어떤 오더들이 좀
And I'm
있어요.
sure you guys had a lot of situations where you guys had to compensate for all the roaming that the opposition showed.
어디 있는지 위치도 잘 모르고.
Yeah, we were just trying to locate the Thresh wherever he was, and
바로 그 상황에서 딱 스틸에 성공하면서
this was a situation where everything turned around the Baron pit.
바론을 애초에 다 알고 있었잖아요.
Yeah, we all knew, even the MVP squad and also our team, that we knew that they were going to go for the Baron in that case.
왠지 기류도 뭔가 좀
But, you know, with the momentum on our sides, we felt like we had a good chance to actually try to go for the steal. And
계속 따라잡고 있었거든요.
so we were just trying to track these guys at all times. We do have a video highlight to show exactly what happened here.
사실 되게 위험했어요.
This was a very dangerous situation, to be honest, because he was hooked by the Thresh, and it was a very dangerous situation to go in right there. Was Spirit very confident going for the steal? You know, he said, "Leave it up to me." That's what he said to us right before he went in. So all we had to do was trust him.
분위기가 완전히
And of course, after that steal, the momentum really turned back completely around towards Afreeca's favor.
좋다라고 또 말씀도 해주셨었는데 어떻게 보면 자야에 대해서 뭐 관점에 따라 다를 수
And
있고
Zaya has a lot of differentiated opinions between different players, but
힘들다라고도 얘기하는데
and with the tough lane matchup that it always has. But you know, you guys doing so well with the Zaya today. How do you feel about that champion right now?
그런 건 없었고요. 일단 자야는 제 생각에는 이제 성장을 좀 잘하는 챔피언이라고 생각해요.
Yeah, I feel like it's a very scaling champion where as long as you don't have a big mess up, it scales really fast, much faster than a lot of the other ADC champions, and those are things that I like to take notes when I play Xayah.
현재 K팀이 정말 사기급 티어라고 불리고
And even you say that, but a lot of people consider Caitlyn as this top meta ADC right now.
저는 딱히 없다고 생각을 해요.
I feel like there's not really a top tier ADC right now. It all depends on how you play each of the champions.
1세트에는 컴퓨터를 또 가져오는 그런 모습을 보여주기도 했습니다. 자, 그래서 이제 2대0 승리도 가져가고.
Now that you got this 2-0 victory,
우리 프로 선수가
Kuro,
분들께
would you like to say a word to your fans?
네, 저희 항상 2대0 할 수 있는 팀이라고 생각하고
We always felt that we were a 2-0 team,
그러니까
but to finally get it and the actual results feels really good. So we thank you for all the support, and we just continue to ask you to give us a lot of support for the remainder of the season. So we'll just work hard to really meet your guys' expectations.
인터뷰해주신 두 분 감사드리고요.
That seems to be the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
쭉 이어갈 수 있도록 많은 응원.
Thank you very much, Joel. Fantastic to hear from the MVPs, especially after the first 2-0 victory.
Absolutely, this is a watershed moment for the Afreeca Freecs, finally avoiding the Game 3 curse that had preoccupied them all season. Puts them in a very interesting position, because they were, again, that team in the middle three. Feels like 4, 5, and 6. Longzhu, Jinair, and Afreeca. We're not 100% clear on the ordering of those three. Well, guess what? Afreeca's only 2 remaining games in the first round robin are versus 4 and 5 versus Longzhu on Sunday, and then next week, Wednesday, against the side of
Jinair Greenwings.
So that's a very interesting run-in for them, where they might actually define themselves as the true 4th place team, or come crashing back down to earth. I mean, look at the difference between them and 7th place.
Yeah.
It looks like very much we will get, with those 2 matches, the exact seeding of the middle of the pack.
And it does feel like Afreeca Freecs are sort of holding on to the edge of the cliff at the moment, because it is certainly a cliff to that 1 victory mark that so many of these teams have. 4 teams here in the LCK. 2 of them, actually on your screen right now. Now, next matchup, Ever 8 winners up against KT Rolster, and then Rocks Tigers versus SK Telecom T1. A historic matchup, but definitely a changed one, Papa Smithy.
Yeah, there's some little matchups that are fun. Mickey versus Faker in the mid lane's always amusing, but expected to be very one-sided matches for both of those. Then on Saturday, Rocks Tigers versus MVP. Someone has to get to 2 match wins probably in that particular first game, so should lead to a degree of separation in the bottom of the table before BBQ take on KT Rolster.
Do their very best against KT Rolster, that have been on a tear very recently. Maybe not with consistent 2-0 victories, but still being able to bring it across the line with just a lot better team play by the looks of things. Just seems like KT are finding themselves together. As our final match for this week, our final matches for this week will be Samsung versus Jinair. Samsung seeing whether they can continue their strides ahead, and that matchup you were talking about, Longzhu versus Afreeca, will be very interesting.
Those matches at the Gangnam Stadium on Sunday look like they're going to be a lot of fun. And next week, we don't have it on this particular graphic, but next week, guys, the first telecom war will happen on Tuesday. So, unfortunately, we will be denied from what should be an amazing first series. But telecom war last season was awesome. This time, there is going to be a gap. We're not going to have back-to-back telecom wars, so there will be some time for the meta to shift, and also KT to potentially get over another one of those losses to SKT, as it so often goes. But a lot of action before the first round robin ends.
There certainly will be, but that's all for us tonight. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you soon.